the decapitation strikes to their military, taking out a lot of the air defenses so they can do follow-on missions, and apparently no losses of aircraft or anything on their side. It's a long way from a finished game, but this is one heck of a start for Israel to take out the most dangerous enemy in that region.
Jim, is the Ayatollah next on the target list
I hope so.
really facilitate regime change?
Kill him.
I think he has always been on the target list, and I'm sure they went at him last night, and I don't know that he's been seen. So I'm sure if he's alive, he's hiding, he may be dead, and he may be a follow-on target. I think what Israel needs to look at right now is how much damage they've done, and they'll get a good look at that during the daylight hours now. Pick their next targets and go ahead and ensure that whatever Iran does, it remains asymmetric. Iran's not an expeditionary military, so they can attack via what's left of their proxies after Iran took out, or Israel took out most of them. But there's not a lot they can do as far as rolling tanks or anything like that. It'll be terrorist attacks, missile strikes, and drones.
Yeah, the Supreme Leader promising a harsh punishment for the attack, but again, we don't know if that came from a proxy or somebody else writing that.
Yeah, and you know, I was wondering, Jim, you know, we've seen a lot of, over the past few years, protests inside Iran, people inside Iran who also want regime change. So how do you think the Iranian people right now are viewing this strike that took out some military sites and military commanders as well?
The Iranian people do not like their leadership. The amount of support is less than 20 to 25% for the regime. The rest of the Iranian people understand that the Islamic Republic, the Ayatollahs, have left them behind the rest of the free world. So they wouldn't mind at all to have a change in government. Now, can they get that together based on this and in the chaos that comes? That's possible, and I hope it does happen. I hope that they do change their government. The other thing that could happen is a succession battle. The supreme leader, if he's alive, is very old and feeble. He's going to die. There's already jockeying for position among the people who think they want to succeed him. If they start scrapping and the Iranian people get their game together, we all might be better off with anyone but them in charge in that country.
I'm glad you opened the door to jockeying a position, because yes, they may be happening with regard to the ultimate leader of Iran, but it's also potential for happening with who's in charge of the IRGC, because as we've reported, Salami, who replaced Qasem Soleimani, was killed last night. Yeah. So one, is there a name?
Looking for a solution to your disjointed and siloed IT workflows? Ninja One's platform
that you are looking for to step up and take that position. But a follow-on question is, who wants that position at this point, knowing that the Israelis just wiped out basically the top four? Who wants to step up and take that position next?
Yeah, you look at Hezbollah's leadership chart with all those X's over the people who were running that operation. They're all dead. It's like the joke used to be that you don't want to be the #2 guy for Al-Qaeda in Iraq because we kept killing him. I don't know that anybody wants it. And we heard that there was a strike on a meeting of IRGC leadership. So we don't even know who's left, which would be phenomenal. The more of them who are dead, the less capable the rest will be. And the response from Iran will be, because of that, more splintered and less dangerous. So we're nowhere near out of the woods. This is just the opening salvo in what will be a couple weeks of battle. But it's not going to be a war. It's not going to be a ground war. It's not going to be a forever war or any of those things. And at this point, the U.S. is not involved. And I think Israel is handling its business quite well.
Yeah, I mean, it is really brilliant on the part of the Israelis, if you think about it, Jim, because they didn't just target the nuclear sites or the missiles. It also seems like they pre-planned this, took out the people who would have the power to call for retaliation in an orderly manner. So clear chaos inside Iran, and we're going to wait to see what that retaliation looks like. Do you think that this is the most significant move, Jim, that Israel has made since October 7th?
Yes.
By far. This was always the existential threat, because this was not just a threat to Israel, as some people like to pretend. Having an apocalyptic death cult like the Islamic Republic Ayatollahs in control of nuclear weapons was intolerable for the free world. So they could have hit Israel, they could have hit us, they could have just basically Any nuclear detonation anywhere throws the world into chaos. So yes, Israel has done the world a favor. We're a safer place right now, even with the chaos and the danger that's going to come because of this, just by having slowed this down. And they're not going to be able to rebuild it, because as soon as they start rebuilding, Israel will have more bombs and will take them out again if they have.
Yeah, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday said, remember, Iran calls Israel the small Satan, it calls America the great Satan, which was a very good reminder on the part of.
All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here. We are doing a live stream on Rumble, on YouTube, and on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Thank you for watching. My name is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and these shows are for free. I give you my perspective on it. You may not even agree with me. That's okay. The United States is a free country. Now, I'll also tell you how to improve your health, right? These are protocols that I do to slow down the aging process and boost up my immune system. Now, today is going to be a crazy trading day, all right, because of what has happened in the Middle East. But like I said earlier, we have to stop kicking the can down the road and solve our problems. One big problem is solving this international terrorism that's taking place, all right? This Islamic terrorism has to end. And a big part of it is decapitating the Ayatollah and destroying the nuclear capability of Iran. It's not the only part of it, but it's a big part of it. The other is to push back on the caliphate that seems to be creeping up in the United States and in Europe. We also have problems with China trying to flex its military power on Taiwan. The United States cannot allow that to happen, because if that does happen, we lose the freedom of navigation through the Taiwan Strait. Bad idea, all right? So we're going to lose our hegemonic power in the Pacific if we allow that to happen. These are events that are going to radically change your life if we don't stop kicking the can down the road. In addition, we also have a huge debt problem in the United States. Not, you know, at a societal level, at the personal level, but at the governmental level. If we don't start getting our house in order, we're going to have problems with our economic prowess, the strength of the dollar, the strength of our bond markets. Now, that debt cliff is a little ways away. It's not tomorrow. It's not next week. It's not even next year, but it's coming. It's coming in my lifetime, right? And unfortunately, many of the baby boom generation helped to bring this about, right? So the United States is going to have to figure a way to design its way and grow its economy out of the problem, right? Those are big issues that I just mentioned. And we'll cover them throughout, you know, many videos. But today, the big issue here is Israel striking Iran and how it's going to cause market turmoil. The S&P 500 futures market is down 63 points. It's trading at 5,986, and oil is trading at 73.34. Now, the way I'm doing this is that I'm going to short it. I'm going to keep on shorting it until the cows come home, because it's overbought, and that eventually this issue is going to go away. And then oil is going to go back down to a fundamental level. Will it go below 65 anytime soon? Probably not. It's probably a new trading range that will happen. But it's going to stay elevated. It's possibly even have an 80 handle. All right, some sort of 80 handle to it, maybe a mid 80 handle. But right now it has a 73. So I'm just going to short it until the cows come home. And we'll see what happens. But the thing is that if I'm wrong and oil does go up to 100 or whatever, you're talking about world war. I mean, not like just maybe world war, like real world war. All right. So I don't see that happening. The probability of that is low, less than 10%. There's a 90% chance that this starts to abate, and that that there was enough damage, or will be enough damage, to the facilities to really push the timeline farther out for them to gaining nuclear material for a weapon. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But markets are going to open up in about 10 minutes. And natural gas is trading at 3.549. Again, I think there's a trading range between about 3.5 to about 3.7 in natural gas. So it's a little bit on the low side, but there is some, it's having a hard time to maintain, above that support level. And so sometimes it drops down to 3.4, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. This is the next few trading days. Today, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I think are going to be tumultuous. But these are the time to buy in equities. You're looking for this. Because I still think in July, within July, maybe it's near the end of July, but I think we're going to see an all-time high for the S&P 500. We're going to be very close, if not surpass 6,130 on the S&P 500. I mean, yesterday's close was 6,045. We're not that far away. And the only thing that's preventing us from getting there is because of this fiasco that happened last night. So thank you for listening. Please help support the work by making sure you subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. I do live streaming on Rumble and on YouTube and on my website. If you'd like to help support my work, you can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee, or be a paid member to my Patreon channel. I don't put anything behind a paywall. All this stuff I do is for free, all right? I don't believe people should be putting stuff behind paywalls. But I do need your help. So please support the work by donating, or better yet, buy the products that are on my store. I got ebooks, I have supplements, I have course material on immunology and pulmonology that you can learn about only for $50. You get lots of PDFs and you get lots of videos. So help support the work by getting the products, donating, and sharing the links and asking your social media to follow me. And that's the social contract. I do these videos for free, and you help support the work that I do. It's that simple. Nothing behind a paywall, not like 15-minute snippets and then go to a paywall and pay and you get the whole hour. That model is bullshit. All right? This is news that you need to know in real time and not behind a paywall. So stop supporting people that are behind a paywall and start supporting people that actually give you information that's free. And I tell you how to improve your health, your immune system, especially in the aftershock of 2020. And I also tell you how to navigate through tumultuous markets. And we're going to be in tumultuous markets in the near term. And I'm telling you how I'm doing it. So don't be fearful. Buy into the S&P 500 or a broad index, and you'll benefit in the long run. This is an opportunity to buy. All right. Now, in terms of oil, I'm a little bit more sophisticated trader, and I'm shorting the damn thing. I'm going to just keep on shorting it until the fucking cows come home.
On the ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Bringing you the latest in tech and AI news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tom McKenzie in Paris, and this is Bloomberg.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question. Great question. I so appreciate that question. You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Open Interest. We're checking that risk-off sentiment across asset classes right now. You can see that in the S&P 500, down about 1% in the pre-market. You can see that in Brent crude, higher by about 7% right now, of course, after Israel attacked Iran overnight. But what's interesting to me is that you have two-year Treasury yields higher by about 3 basis points right now, Sonali. There is an interesting conversation to have about what this means for the Fed. If we do get durably higher oil prices from here, that's going to filter into inflation expectations, and that's something that the Fed can't ignore. That might explain the move that you're seeing in the bond market right now, at least when it comes to the short end.
It's interesting. You would have expected a traditional safe haven bid, but instead, to your point, you're seeing yields actually up a little bit. So complicated equation there. We're watching some stocks as well ahead of the opening bell. We're watching energy sector, defense sector, travel stocks as well.
See, the way the market works is everyone thinks that it's based on some sort of economic theory, and certain things do move in an economic theory most of the time. All right, maybe 68% of the time, 1 sigma. But the thing is that you have the 2 and 3 sigma part of the distribution curve that you got to worry about. All right. And markets emerge and are chaotic and behavioral. And it's not based on theory. This is the reason why all of the damn economists were wrong when the market sold off back 7-8 weeks ago. All of them were wrong. That it was going to be Armageddon for the dollar and for the treasury and for equity. That didn't happen. And I kept on saying the dollar was overpriced for the last 4 years because of the crisis of 2020. And it's going back to a normal level, which is around 98, 97. Let's look at the dollar index right now through DXY. All right. That is trading at 98.47. So it's slightly above the 10-year average. All right. It's not that big of a deal. And having a little bit weaker dollar is actually good for our exports. Now, the treasury market, the yields going up, well, guess what? The reason why they were so low was because of quantitative easing from Lehman. It's taken that long to unravel Lehman. But all those economists want to say, this is because of Trump and inflation and the debt of the country. Well, you do have a problem with the debt of the country. But the thing is that these rates are actually moving to historical averages. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Don't go into U.S. equities. Move into Euro equities or China or Asian equities. Wrong. Why is it that yesterday we closed at 6,045, and we were as low as 4,830 8 weeks ago? All those economists were wrong because all their fucking theories are wrong. The market is behavioral. It's chaotic.
Both report suspicious activity reports and do a lot of analysis.
All right.
And we have to.
So while they're cycling in, the market's going to open up in 1 minute or so. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the great toothpaste that I have. Get a few tubes of this for your household. It whitens your teeth, freshens your breath, helps reduce inflammation at the gum line, improves the gum health. Super important. It has no fluoride in it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver toothpaste. Again, use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Get a few items. Get a few items from my store. help with your health. We're going to be talking about how to stack and how to improve your health, but good oral hygiene is super important, especially for your valves and for your vascular system.
It will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
Okay, so the S&P 500 opened up at 5,991. VIX is trading at 20.44. Euro USD is trading at 115. Oil is trading at 73.33. BITO is trading at 20.99. And the Japanese yen is trading at 144.44. Natural gas is trading at 3.5.
And as Shonali was telling us, if these losses hold, that will wipe out this week's gain. That would end 2 straight weeks of gains for the S&P 500. But nevertheless, you can see the bells ringing, of course, the market opening on this Friday morning. And Shonali, there is plenty to talk about.
Yeah, there really is. Under the surface, let's take a look at what's moving here. Markets are reacting to Israel's attack on Iran. And you're seeing, of course, not surprisingly, oil stocks higher. We're looking at ExxonMobil up by almost 2% as the market opens. Lockheed Martin, also not surprising. Defense stocks are also higher, about 1.6% higher at the market open. Zim shipping also moving higher by the tune of 2.7%. Remember that oil and shipping story very closely linked, and the direction of travel here between oil and shipping is this idea that prices will be higher moving forward.
And you can see that in the travel stocks as well, which are some of the biggest movers to the downside this morning at the opening bell. You're watching Delta, Norwegian Cruise, Airbnb, all lower this morning, with the airlines, when it comes to Delta, being one of the biggest losers. Let's break down this market and the state of the world, really, with Rebecca Patterson. She is former chief investment strategist for Bridgewater. She's now a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations. I can't imagine a better voice to have on this morning. It's great to see you.
Nice to be with you guys, too.
So let's talk about the cross-asset picture right now, because you're seeing a rush into the likes of gold. You're seeing oil higher. You're seeing stocks fall right now. But we were just having this conversation with our own Will Kennedy about how it feels like when you look cross-asset, we never tend to hold on to the risk premiums built in for geopolitics for very long. Do you think that this episode could be different?
It always could be different. I think historically, when we have these geopolitical events, they're short-lived. There isn't broad contagion. And so people quickly take profit on these risk-off trades, so to speak. But there is always the chance that it could escalate, that there could be contagion. So anything that disrupts supply chains through the Strait of Hormuz, not only for energy, but broad supplies, that would be a big red line crossed. Depending on the retaliation Iran conducts on Israel or other places, that could also be another red line that could prolong this. But really, you have to think about, regardless of the horrible humanitarian issues here, does this have a prolonged, impactful effect on the global economy? Right now, one day, no. But if it lasts longer, so it's duration and it's also breadth of the conflict that we want to watch for.
The scale of the attack was large.
Yeah.
Now, when you think about the potential retaliation, as you're saying, as well as the ripple effects moving forward, what's the sense here? When you talk to your colleagues over at the Council of Foreign Relations, is there a sense that this is more likely to escalate or de-escalate over the coming months?
I mean, there's always room for policy mistakes. That's the thing I'm probably worried about most right now, that there's just a misjudgment among any of the parties involved, including the United States, right? If anyone misjudges what anyone else is saying, or there's just conflicting signals coming out of our government, any of those things could easily create an escalation that's really not intentional. So that worries me quite a bit. Iran is in a difficult place economically. That could be one factor that pushes them to come to the table sooner than they might have otherwise. But they're going to feel like they need to retaliate. And the question is, can you have this tit for tat without a policy mistake, militarily or otherwise, that creates that bigger contagion that then becomes an economic and market issue?
Well, let's talk about what this means for investors and what actually is a haven asset. You're seeing gold rally today, but that's really continuing on a rally that we've seen over the past several months. You're seeing the dollar come back as a safe haven asset. It really hasn't been acting as such. It's been breaking down. It hit the lowest level in years just yesterday. Do you think that this has sort of redefined how investors are thinking about the dollar?
The way she phrased it, it hasn't been that low in years. That's the whole idea of mean reverting to a 10-year average.
To date, almost 10%, which is a huge move for a trade weight currency. The fact that we've only rallied 0.7% today tells me that there's still this structural nervousness around the dollar as global investors reallocate slightly away from the U.S. Gold, to me, is the risk-off trade, so to speak, that I think has sustainability in that even if, and hopefully, this crisis calms down very quickly, you still have other drivers of gold that are likely to remain. And I think the big ones include central banks, especially emerging market central banks, continuing to diversify reserves into gold. Retail investors in the United States, their gold allocations are generally between 1% and 2%. Many are zero. If you start getting more worries about treasuries as that historical safe diversifier, even a very small shift into gold as a complement to bonds can be a big upside for gold prices. So that's the one, if you're going to be in these risk-off trades, that's the one that I don't think you'd want to take profit on.
I'm glad you brought up the treasury market. Katie and I were talking a little earlier about the push-pull that's happening here. This idea that you could have worries about where the economy goes from here, but if oil is spiking to this degree and remains elevated, if shipping rates come under significant pressure, then the inflation story becomes all the more difficult. How does that play out, you think?
Well, it's interesting, too, because you are seeing just next week, we have several central banks meeting, including the Federal Reserve. And the Fed, I think, is going to be continuing to be we're watching, we're waiting, we can move in either direction as needed. Other central banks are going to continue to cut, including the Swiss National Bank, which I think by the fall is going to have negative interest rates again because of its currency strength, the dollar weakness. The Swiss franc is too strong. It's hurting them. So you're getting the push-pull, not only in the Fed, in that it has to be careful, but globally. And the risk of a currency crisis or contagion from currencies, it's simmering, but it's going up.
And this is the reason why I've been saying watch to see if the Japanese yen breaks 140.
The carry trades that are happening, the Swissy being kind of the new haven here, the Hong Kong currencies here also fueling the U.S. trade. If that comes under pressure, what else unravels?
And a very difficult time for that when we're going into the G7 and we have an administration very focused on currencies and countries not using those currencies to have unfair trade advantages. That includes things like interventions. When you have Hong Kong, you have Taiwan, you have a number of countries intervening to try.
Right now, oil's testing that support level of 72.90.95. All right, just so the home gamers know what I'm talking about here. Resistance at 80, and there's a support level at 72.95. If that breaks, the next support level is 68.50. And right now, it's testing it. The market's testing that support level at 72.95. I put in a short position this morning.
Now, a little bit of a haven bid, maybe showing up in the long end, not as much in the front end, but give us the temperature of the bond market right now, because it feels like we can't exactly decide what's going on there.
Well, to the degree we have growth worries, so things like continuing jobless claims, continuing to tick higher, to me, that's an early warning sign that the labor market might be softening further. Those sorts of things can still lead, especially your retail or your asset manager end client, they might be switching their stock bond allocation in a typical 60-40 type portfolio. That's going to push yields lower. However, when you have worries about the reconciliation process and the next fiscal bill and what that's doing to our debt supply and the amount of bonds we need investors to buy, that creates an offsetting pressure. My best case for the Treasury market this year is that it's in a range, that it just doesn't move much. If we have a deep recession, which is, I don't think anyone's base case now, you could see bond yields lower. But in that case, stocks are going a lot lower too. I think the bias of risk is that bond yields are flat or higher over the course of this year. I don't expect the rally that we're seeing in the 10-year today to persist unless.
But think about this. Okay, you buy a bond at let's say 4.4, let's say a 10-year bond, or an ETF that's tied to the price of bonds, right? So you're buying the bond at 4.4%. All right. So your gain, you've locked in 4.4, let's say with the 10-year. All right. Let's say there's a deep recession, which is not going to happen. But let's just say that there's a recession, mild or even deep, and equities start to sell off. All right. Prices of the bonds are going to go up. The yields are going to go down. You locked in already at a 4.4 for interest. So it's not a big deal. And then your position, all right, is increased in value. Wait, let me rephrase that. All right, so equities go down. Let's say in a deep recession, equities go down. You've locked in at a 10-year bond at 4.4. Okay. As the bond market price of the bond will go up when the equities start to go down in a recession. The Fed is going to come in and lower rates. So the rates are going to go down. But when the Fed lowers rates, they're putting money into the market, and they put money into the market by buying treasuries in the front of the curve, and that propagates through the dealers. And they start bidding up the price of the bonds in the belly of the curve. So the bond that you locked in at 4.4%, the value of the bond has actually gone up. So it's appreciated. All right. You've locked in. That's the reason why it is appreciated. You locked in at 4.4 and that bond has gone up. All right. So the treasury market is going to go back to its normal way of doing things, being inversely correlated to the equity market. It's the reason why that the bonds don't usually move that much. Now, in relative terms, the movement of a particular treasury, let's say a 10-year in this case, could fluctuate, 3.5 to 4.4, whatever. All right. But the actual movement, relative equity movement, the equities are more volatile. In the bond market, it's not as volatile. And that's the reason why you do a 60-40 or a 70-30. You do 70 for equities, you get the upside with the volatility, right, with equities, but you're somewhat protected with the downside if the economy starts to go down and treasuries will start to go up. The bonds will start to go up in value. So it's not that big of a deal. And that's the reason why you have the 70-30 split or the 60-40 split, because the movement is less in the bond market. So you don't want to slow down your potential upside if the economy is better. So you're more overweight the riskier assets, which are equities. So if treasuries, the US treasuries were so risky, it'd be the other way around. People would be putting more, if there was upside, assuming that there's more volatile and there's upside potential, they'd be putting more allocation into treasuries and less into equities. It's typically not what happens. It's 70-30 split, 60-40 split, 65-35 split, something like that. So it's not a big deal. I'm totally not worried about the treasury market. Okay.
And Kaylee Lon.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I have. One of the foundational supplements for the health protocol that I take is the multivitamin. The multivitamin is an easy to digest multivitamin. Multivitamins are very important for cofactors for enzymatic activity, so your cells will perform better. This has vitamin A and vitamin D and E and B, the different B vitamins, folate, manganese. So it's a great foundational piece for your health protocol. So drink it with filtered water. Take it every day. It's easy to digest. And it's a great start. And then you add stuff to this protocol that we'll talk about later. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off.
Some of that coming back right now. And it's the same story if you take a look at the NASDAQ 100. If you take a look at the small caps in the Russell 2000, we'll keep an eye on what's going on here. But it's time now for our top calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning. And first up, McDonald's getting cut over at Argus. The analyst says that traffic trends will remain weak as consumers push back against price pressures. McDonald's almost perfectly unchanged right now. But next up, Newell Brands getting upgraded to a buy over at JP Morgan. The firm says that the parent of Rubbermaid and Yankee Candle is actually tariff advantage, given that it has U.S.-based operations. Shares up slightly right now. And finally, we end with Oracle getting raised to a buy over at BMO, saying that the software company can grow its operating income. It had a blockbuster earnings report this week. Shares up another 1.9%, Janali.
We're also watching shares of Adobe. The software maker issued a sales outlook for the current quarter that topped analyst estimates, but analyst concerns over its AI business persist. You're watching shares down almost 7%, bringing year-to-date losses to more than 13%. We're going to bring in co-host of Bloomberg Technology, Caroline Hyde. Why so worried?
Yeah, they just cannot shake the bearish narrative on this stock. They cannot shake the fact that there's Midjourney coming for their lunch. OpenAI is coming for their lunch when it comes to Sora. That they've got all of these companies managing the startups to really do generative AI in imagery and in video really rather well. And so this overall actual growth, and as you said before the break, it was a beat, it was a raise, just a small raise, but still they're trying to paint the picture of revenue going up. It's more than 11% growth, but they really can't fight back the narrative that has consumed them, that they're kind of a losing software company within this particular competitive environment. So we are seeing, in fact, only one analyst says sell this stock. Most think that it could outperform, but no one seems to be buying into that.
Yeah, you take a look at Adobe shares down almost 16% on a total return basis over the past year. In some ways, what you're saying reminds me of the narrative that has really developed around Apple.
If average people are doing generative AI that's non-Adobe related, then the quality, the professional quality of the generative AI, I don't think is going to be there. I think there is a artistic aspect to Adobe using generative AI that the professional marketing or fine arts or digital media world will use. I think Adobe is not going to be really for the average user. It's going to be more for the professional, the more professional world. Now, for offices that were making their own graphics in Adobe and then importing those graphics in, let's say, PowerPoint or their slide decks or maybe even in their brochures, then I think some of that is probably going to be developed in generative AI that's non-Adobe related. And that's probably the reason why the market is selling off Adobe.
Acquisition in kind of reality, but not nature. They take a non-controlling stake, but they license the technology. You've seen.
I think it's very similar to what Adobe has a suite that also helps build websites, right? Well, you don't really need all that high-end tech and that high-end software where you have like Wix and Squarespace and all these other companies that help to generate a website that's high quality. You don't need the Adobe anymore. So something similar is going to happen in the back office where less people are going to be using Adobe products and they're going to be using more generative AI that's like Copilot that's plugged right into their PowerPoint or Word. I think that's where it's going to go. But the professional, the very high end stuff, you're probably still going to need Adobe.
Is heading next. This is Open Interest.
All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And for the ones that are watching, oil now is trading at 72.78. It broke that 72.95 barrier and is trading down, or at least testing that. We'll see if it continues to go down. And that's a good thing because I just put new short positions in today. So we'll see if I was right or not. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the magnesium and zinc. Magnesium and zinc is very important for your immune system, and magnesium helps with brain function. Magnesium, in addition, brings up the efficacy of vitamin D3. So make sure you have magnesium in your diet and your supplementation to help with D3. And magnesium is super important for brain function. All right? Very important. People, the next 5 to 10 years, you're going to notice that people are going to have cognitive decline. And it's going to manifest in many different ways. Gait issues, memory issues, all this stuff. You need to take supplementation and a holistic approach. You listen to me, and you're going to be able to protect your neurons and improve your brain function and reduce the probability of some of these problems, especially in the post-2020 era. And, you know, there's research out there talking about microplastics and nanoplastics causing problems with cognitive function. So it's really important to take supplementation in a holistic approach, proper diet and exercise and proper sleep, mindfulness, learning new things. View your brain as like a muscle, and you need to train it, all right? And you need to add nutrients to it. Super important. But you're going to have a lot of people in your social world, all right, they're going to say that you're going to start notice within 5 to 10 years, major cognitive decline. And I don't care what age they are. You're going to start seeing this even in the ones that are in their 40s and 50s. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the magnesium and zinc, take the supplementation, boost up that immune system, and boost up that brain function.
The VIX is below 20. That's kind of interesting to take a look at here. But the dollar is on the rise, so is gold and crude. Now up about 6.7%. We're watching that closely. You had Brent in particular get up to...
Oil's now going down, 72.57. Alex Jones can't do what I do. I'm really sure of that. And I'm willing to bet that Alex Jones can't bike 120 miles. I'm willing to bet that Alex Jones can't run 26 miles. Guess what DrPaulCottrell can do?
Attention to my favorite thing, and that is the ETF industry, because there could be a big sea change here if the race to lower ETF fees is over. According to the latest research from Bloomberg Intelligence, flows to the lowest cost funds are declining, and issuers are shifting the competition to products. Bloomberg Intelligence ETF analyst Athanasios Serafagis joins us now. So Athanasios, we've been talking and writing about for a while how the new ETFs that are being launched are higher costs, and that was because of active. You can charge more for active products. Does that also explain what you've uncovered in this latest research?
It does, and it kind of goes against everything we know about ETFs, right?
Yeah.
That they're cheap, but to be frank, it's not about ETFs are still really cheap. It's just about the way new money is getting allocated, and it's because they've been so cheap for a while. Investors have saved so much money. They now have this budget that they can go into things like active, or they can buy single stock ETFs or crypto. So it's just the way money's being allocated. You still have to remember 60% of the assets are still 10 basis points or less. So it is still a very, very cheap industry. But because of that, people are willing now to spend a little bit more on these very differentiated products.
Yeah, to that end, how smart are investors on the fee structures realistically? We're talking about a matter of basis points, but if you're buying a private credit ETF, it's going to cost you less than going into a fund itself. Do they still care that the cost is higher than going into regular way market ETFs that cost next to nothing?
Yeah, no, that's great context. Because if you compare it to, say, a mutual fund or a hedge fund, it's still a lot cheaper, right? So this is expensive in the context of the ETF industry, which is the average fee is still something like, let's say, asset weighted. It's still only a couple basis points, right? And that's thanks to Vanguard and BlackRock that have really brought that cost down. but issuers are now learning to live alongside them. They're not going head to head with Vanguard. It's just really too competitive. So they're saying, hey, if I could just get a little slice, I can charge a little bit more and just learn to live in this world where Vanguard is going to just be the core of your portfolio.
Right, because from the issuer perspective, there's really nothing to be gained from launching another ETF that tracks the S&P 500, that charges 3 basis points.
Yeah.
You're not going to win any market share that way. So, you know, that now that we're seeing this trend, that issuers are launching more expensive products, that seems to be where the money is going from the investor side as well. Is one of the net effects here is that issuers are making more money?
Yeah, and that's, I mean, it's a good thing, right? So we always look at the league tables by assets, but they're looking at it based on revenue, right? That's what really they care about. So it's like something interesting like First Trust, which is a fraction of the assets of Vanguard, makes just as much money. So to them, that's great, right? But I agree, it can't be a charity business, right? Like they still need to be making money. And if they can generate some revenue from these high cost products, that ends up funding other innovations, right? So they're able to launch different products, able to focus on other things. So I think overall, it's a good thing. It's still really cheap for the investors. The issuers make a little bit more money and they're able to keep funding innovation.
All right, Athanasios, great stuff. Really interesting research. That is Athanasios Serifagis of Bloomberg Intelligence. And you can tune into ETF IQ on Mondays at 12 p.m. New York time. You can also read all about the industry when you subscribe to my weekly newsletter. That's Bloomberg.com/ETFIQ newsletter. Many different ways to consume ETF content when it comes to Bloomberg's coverage. Let's take a look at markets really quickly. Of course, it has been a turbulent Friday, to put it mildly. You can see the S&P 500. It was coming back a little bit, now moving back to losses of about 0.8%. Big tech also down to a similar degree. It's the Russell 2000, the small caps that are seeing the biggest losses today. I find that really curious, Shanali.
We've broken below 6,000 on the S&P 500 and erased all of the gains for the week.
Well, coming up in the next hour, we get University of Michigan consumer sentiment data, plus more special coverage from Le Mans with our own Matt Miller. Don't go anywhere. This is Open Interest.
All right, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Oil is now trading at 72.55. All right. Another great supplement that I have is the Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor gets rid of brain fog. It allows for your neurons to fire more rapidly. It helps support your memory. So by having these neurons firing on a regular basis, and getting rid of that brain fog, and you're being able to concentrate better, you're going to build this positive neuroplasticity. That means you're going to think faster, your memory is going to be better. All right? Now, apply it in a holistic way by drinking filtered water, staying away from processed foods, getting the 4 modalities of exercise, which are resistance training, cardio, stretching, and balancing. Those activate different neurons. Getting better blood flow to your brain is very important. And you're creating a microenvironment to allow for this positive neuroplasticity, super important, right? So it's very important to take the Clarity Factor. This stacks well with that magnesium and zinc that I just mentioned. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Clarity Factor, get rid of that brain fog so you can concentrate at work or in school, or guess what, even when you're retired, and you apply this holistic approach and learn new things, you're going to have better cognitive function. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Oh, oil is now trading at 72.35. I bet Alex Jones couldn't do what I'm doing.
The world of what you can work on is a little bit open, and there's a lot of different ideas, and it requires more focus than ever to make sure that you are prioritizing on the most important things that are going to deliver the most value.
DraftKings' solid standing in a booming sector gives them the luxury to play the long game. They're not under pressure to cut costs.
When you have really strong revenue growth, you don't need that. If you
All right, let's go to some of the other video that's out there. Let's listen into live now. Let's see if there's anything good.
Ocean Week is here. The best rate of the season just landed, up to 30% off. VIP check-in, free airport transfers, and more. Book today at oceanhotels.com.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store.
To act more like a dictatorship than a democracy. Is this who we are now?
Yeah, shut up. All right, let's go to Al Jazeera.
Western sanctions. Now, China also has good ties with Israel. Early foreign ministers strained in recent years, particularly because China has been a vocal critic of Israel's actions. Its war on Gaza. It's been calling for a ceasefire, supporting Palestine, and continuing to call for a two-state solution. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
Hello, I'm Lee Barker. This is Al Jazeera Live from Doha. Coming up, US President Donald Trump warns Iran of more attacks if it doesn't accept a nuclear deal proposed by Washington. Israeli forces strike military sites and nuclear sites across Iran. Tehran reports leaked contamination inside its biggest plant. Several senior Iranian military leaders are killed, including the head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. And Iran responds, launching dozens of armed drones towards Israel. US President Donald Trump has warned Iran of more destruction if it doesn't make a deal over its nuclear program. The statement came hours after Israel launched an unprecedented attack on Iran overnight, carrying out a wave of strikes on nuclear and military facilities. At least 78 people have been killed in Iran and more than 320 injured. Long-range missile sites and air defenses have been hit across the country, and senior military figures and nuclear scientists assassinated. Iran's responded by launching dozens of armed drones towards Israel. The Israeli attacks have put a question mark on a fresh round of US-Iran nuclear deal negotiations scheduled to begin on Sunday in Amman. In a post on his social media site, Truth Social, US President Trump said he warned Iran, writing, 2 months ago, I gave Iran a 60-day ultimatum to make a deal. They should have done it. Today is day 61. I told them what to do, but they just couldn't get there. Now they have perhaps a second chance. Well, Iran has confirmed that its nuclear facility in Natanz has been damaged in the attacks. The country's Atomic Energy Organization says its investigations show there has been radioactive contamination, but it's contained inside the nuclear site. Bernard Smith reports.
The heart of Iran's nuclear program, its main uranium enrichment facility, Natanz, on fire. In the Iranian capital, the homes of those possibly involved in the country's nuclear program destroyed. Israel has hit targets, infrastructure, and individuals across Iran.
We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program.
Among the targets, the chief of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, Hossein Salami, has been killed, according to Iranian state television, and the unit's headquarters in Tehran hit. The Israeli strikes also killed at least 2 nuclear scientists, Fereydun Abbasi and Mohammad Mehdi Tehransi. Israel's broadcasting authority says they targeted 10 scientists. Several children have also been killed, according to Iranian television. Iran's supreme leader says his country will retaliate.
The Zionist regime opened its dirty and bloody hand to commit a crime in our beloved country and revealed its evil nature by striking residential centers more than ever before. With this crime, the Zionist regime prepared a bitter and painful fate for itself and will definitely receive it.
In Jerusalem, sirens wailed as Israel started its attacks on Iran, while in the main city, Tel Aviv, residents started stocking up in anticipation of Iran's response. The US government says it isn't involved in Israel's strikes.
Tonight, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces. Israel advised us that they believed this action was necessary for self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel.
US intelligence sources quoted by the Reuters news agency say that recent intelligence assessments that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon had not changed, nor was there any indication that Khamenei had authorized the restarting of Iran's nuclear program. Even so, the US knew Israel was preparing to strike Iran's nuclear facilities. Benjamin Netanyahu says the operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera.
Nora is keeping track of the developments in Israel from the Jordanian capital Amman on this developing story first. But first, let's cross to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkin in Washington, D.C. Kimberly, we are hearing reports that Washington may be shifting military resources into the region. Is that something you're hearing your end?
Yes, and it's something that has been going on for several days, not only in terms of missiles to replenish the Iron Dome in Israel, but also we know that there has been a positioning of other military assets to add to what is already in the region. Now, we should point out that the U.S. president has been making his position on whether or not the U.S. was involved a little bit more clear as he's been reaching out to journalists, or they have been reaching out to him, and he has been answering his phone. What we're learning from the U.S. president is that the knowledge the United States had about the plan by Israel was well known. In fact, we know that the U.S. president had a telephone call with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Thursday, and we are expecting another one to occur, or it's taking place right now. We know that the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, is also speaking with his counterpart. So we're watching for those readouts right now that will give us a better sense of some of those assets that are being moved in when we get that readout from the Secretary of Defense. In the meantime, the U.S. president saying to the Wall Street Journal that the U.S. was informed of plans to attack Iran. And that is really contrary to what we heard less than 24 hours ago from the Secretary of State, who said this was really a unilateral action on the part of the Israelis. But it's clear whether it's the positioning of assets or the comments from the U.S. president on Truth Social and to various journalists. He says to one journalist here in the United States, of course we support Israel. And then to another journalist, he says there's a lot more to come. Whether the U.S. is directly involved, he would not confirm. But what he's told the Wall Street Journal is we know what's going on. So to reiterate what you said at the start of the program, Neve, the U.S. president had a red line, and that was Thursday. 60 days for Iran to negotiate with the Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, and others to make a deal to limit its nuclear program. The problem is, and the U.S. president saying that Iran couldn't get there, is that the sticking point was whether or not Iran could keep some enrichment levels for civilian energy purposes. Now, we know that when it comes to those purposes, the percentage of enrichment is relatively low, and Iran was exceeding that, getting, in the eyes of the United States and Israel, dangerously close to weapons grade. And so that is one of the reasons for this justification of this attack. The U.S. president saying they should have made a deal while they still had something left, and they still can. So there is that window open for the possibility of negotiations, but it's clear that right now there is also ongoing military operations that are taking place and will continue to.
All right, the University of Michigan year ahead inflation expectation fell to 5.1 versus 6.6. So inflation, the expectation is going down. Oh, those economists 8 weeks ago were wrong.
They don't think we're out of the woods yet.
And Joanne, with respect to all the great work that you guys do with the events of the past 24 hours, particularly with the inflation expectations, I'm kind of tend to want to throw these numbers right out the window.
Well, there's a lot going on in the world right now, and in terms of how consumers react to global events in the Middle East, where we can wait until the final reading
This is the reason why I keep on saying the markets, the economy, it's a complex system that emerges. So the only way you model it is through chaos. You can't use these like standard economic models. And this is part of the reason why the news media and the scientists couldn't keep up with what was going on in 2020 because they're too fucking slow. It was the people that were more high frequency, data driven, you know, in a chaotic environment that they could cover it. And all these other people, they're just a bunch of clowns.
Seeing where the Fed wants to see it. Joanne, thanks so much for joining us. Joanne Shu, Surveys of Consumers Director at the University of Michigan. Stocks selling off here today. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney along with John Tucker, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Christina Kino.
Today is a buy situation for equities.
Look at airlines, right? And United Airlines, ticker UAL, among the biggest decliners today. Those shares down more than 4%, coming up to 5% now, 4.8% currently. And they're also down more than 12% this week. That is set for the biggest weekly decline since early April. Remember what happened in early April?
Oh, yeah.
Something about a trade.
Yeah, and if you listen to me and you bought into the market, you would have gained 10 to maybe even 25% return on that new money. Okay, let's go back to Al Jazeera.
Many thanks. Kimberly Halkett there in Washington, D.C. Let's go to Amman now, speak to Noor Odeh. She's there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. Noor, you probably heard Kimberly there talking about this repositioning of American military assets in the region. It is a time, we've been saying it for many hours, of extremely high tension, isn't it? I wonder whether, from your vantage point of what's going on in Israel, whether this is Israel's goal, to draw the United States into this conflict.
Well, one could make that argument very easily, Neve. Right now, the reports and the discussions in Israeli media of military experts and analysts, is talking about the coordination that existed with the Trump administration and really posing the question of, okay, well, there was coordination. The question now is whether the U.S. will get involved in this assault, which, according to the reports, according to the statements of Israeli officials, is just beginning. The entire region is on edge and really holding their breath, wanting to see how this is going to move forward, especially in light of the fact that there doesn't seem to be any efforts to calm tempers down. In fact, what we're hearing from the Israeli side is euphoria, celebration of a spectacular wave of attacks against Iran, the assassination of the top brass in the Iranian military establishment, and really attacking the surface-to-surface missiles, the air defenses in Iran, and promising of more to come if Iran thinks about retaliation. There was a volley of drones that were launched towards Israel. None reached Israeli territory. Only, in the past hour, we've seen one drone downed over the occupied Syrian Golan. No injuries reported.
Oil is trading at 72.75. It's trying to test that 71.95 barrier. If it fails, it's going to start selling off.
Because Vladimir Putin has a close relationship with Israel, but also with Iran. It will be interesting, Neve, to see how that conversation turns out and develops, and what is reported about it, because we have to also see how Moscow will be reacting to this attack on Iran.
Noor, you're, of course, in Jordan. I mean, when Iran staged that barrage of attacks against Israel in retaliation against the killing of the Hamas chief last year, Jordan found itself geographically in the middle, but also in the middle in terms of defense as well. I mean, it was involved in shooting down some of those projectiles from Iran. I mean, that's a challenging and awkward position for the country to be in. How does it negotiate these tensions between Israel and Iran? What are its aims and objectives in all this?
Well, the stated position of Jordan is that it will not allow any party to use its airspace or territory in any war. So it will not allow any airplanes, fighter jets to cross over its airspace. We heard not just from the foreign minister of Jordan, not just from the Air Force and the Royal Army, but we heard from the Jordanian monarch himself, who said in a very short statement, Jordan will not allow anyone to drag it into this war, of course, and into this escalation, an escalation that was condemned roundly by Jordan. This is a very difficult situation for the kingdom. Geographically, it's in the middle of all of this. For 20 months, it's been trying to maneuver these pressures and these tensions. Everything that has happened in the region has affected it, including the escalation in Lebanon, in the genocide in Gaza, in the occupied West Bank. So this is a very difficult situation with the airspace, of course, now in Jordan also closed.
Nora, many thanks for that. Nora there in Amman. Well, Iran's atomic agency has confirmed its primary uranium enrichment facility has suffered damage. However, investigations have not shown any radioactive or chemical contamination as yet. The facility consists of 6 buildings and another 3 underground. The UN nuclear watchdog monitors nuclear material and enrichment equipment there. The International Atomic Energy Agency says it's in contact with Iranian nuclear authorities to assess the impact of areas that have been hit.
This morning, the International Atomic Energy Agency was informed of the military operation launched by Israel, which includes attacks on nuclear facilities in the Islamic Republic of Iran. We are currently in contact with the Iranian nuclear safety authorities to ascertain the status of relevant nuclear facilities and to assess any wider impacts on nuclear safety and security. At present, the competent Iranian authorities have confirmed that the Natanz enrichment site has been impacted and that there are no elevated radiation levels. They have also reported that at present, the Esfahan and Fordow sites have not been impacted. This development is deeply concerning. I have repeatedly stated that nuclear facilities must never be attacked.
All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here. But before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the gel that I have. It's a dual-purpose gel. You can get it in the tube form or in the quick dispenser. Both are very high quality. Use them the same way. You can use it as an aftershave. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can put it on a wound. It'll help to heal the wound quicker. If you're not feeling well or other people around you are not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils, stays active for 5.5 hours. Use discount 5 and get $5 off any order. Get a few items from my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Again, use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
But we'll certainly stay on top of this news throughout the morning and throughout the day as we get ready for the weekend. So coming up, we're going to have some more reporting on this. We're going to get the markets outlook. We're at that point of the year, June. You start looking forward to the back half of the year. What can bond investors, what can equity investors
Rudy, half
expect?
over.
Yes, exactly. This is Bloomberg.
All right, let's listen to CNN here. Trump issues warning to Iran. Let's just listen to their perspective.
Trying to save money on business.
This is CNN Breaking News.
All right, the breaking news this morning, major breaking news. Israel says it has launched an unprecedented attack on Iran, targeting the country's nuclear sites and top military leaders, and the operation very much ongoing. The Israel Defense Forces say they used 200 fighter jets, striking more than 100 targets so far across the country. And we just got new reaction from President Trump. We'll have much more on that in just a moment. Video shows explosions at one of the sites in northwest Iran. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the attack struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear program, and they would last, quote, as many days as it takes. Black plumes of smoke rose over Natanz. That's the site of Iran's main nuclear enrichment facility. The country's atomic energy agency says the attack there caused, quote, superficial damage. Iran State TV says the strikes killed several top military leaders and nuclear scientists, including 3 of the most powerful people in the country. The commander of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, the country's highest-ranking military officer, and its former national security chief.
CNN's Kylie Atwood now reporting that the Trump administration is still hoping that nuclear talks with Iran will go ahead as planned this weekend in Oman. That is according to 2 sources familiar with the matter. A U.S. official saying we still intend to have talks Sunday. And just this morning, President Trump is offering his first public reaction to this major escalation in the Middle East. CNN's Elena Treen joining us right now for the latest on that angle. Elena, what are you hearing from the White House right now?
Yeah, this is the first official response we have gotten from President Donald Trump this morning, came in just moments ago. And I will note, just before I get into it, that this is a bit in contrast with what we have been hearing now from the White House and from the Trump administration, specifically from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, that the U.S. had no involvement whatsoever in these strikes. So the statement from him, he posted this on his Truth Social website. He said,
another proof on why Bitcoin is not a great store of value, especially during tumultuous times. Bitcoin is now trading at 104. If it was a safe haven in a situation like what we're going through with the Middle East, it should have spiked up, but it didn't, because it's not a safe haven currency. It's not, and people that think it is just, they're just wrong. Now, could people make money on it? Yes. But the thing is it's not a storage of value. It's too unstable.
that he gave Iran chance after chance to try and make this deal, but that they couldn't get it done. He said that he warned them of the manpower that both the United States and Israel has, and that those took a hardline position during these negotiations in Iran over a potential nuclear deal are, quote, all dead now. And then he said, quote, there has already been great death and destruction, but there is still time to make this slaughter, with the next already planned attacks being even more brutal, come to an end. Iran must make a deal before there is nothing left and save what was once known as the Iranian Empire. No more death, no more destruction. Just do it before it is too late. Now, Kate, you mentioned this, but Kylie Atwood reporting that they are still hoping to have this next round of talks on Sunday in Oman. I will note that it is very hard to see that the Iranians are going to want to do that at this point. But from our conversations behind closed doors with some of these sources, they are saying that they're hoping they can still move forward with a potential nuclear deal. They do want that to be really the way to salvage all of this before more attacks begin to continue. And you kind of heard the president himself reiterate that. Now, a few things I also want to point out is that we did hear from Secretary of State Marco Rubio yesterday saying, again, that the U.S. had no involvement in this and that Israel believed that this action was necessary for self-defense. But we do know as well that Trump administration officials, people here at the White House, they were given aware and told to prepare for these strikes. So they were bracing for this yesterday when we saw those first strikes hit in Iran. And I also know, when I reported this with Kylie as well, is that the president had convened a cabinet level meeting.
All right, so oil now is trading at 73.05, and it's trading a little bit above that 72.95 mark. Still a little bit too early to say that it broke that barrier of 72.95, but we'll see if it cycles back down.
Last night, as these strikes were happening, that meeting, I would like to point out, was actually scheduled before Israel began its attack. They wanted to start to coordinate what the official U.S. response would be. So again, adding to the point that they kind of knew about this. Now, of course, I think the big picture here is that, one, President Donald Trump has not kept quiet about his frustrations with Iran and for what he believes is a very slow pace in the progression of talks over a nuclear deal. Again, to reiterate, they still want to have those talks. They do not believe that this deal is not unsalvageable. But of course, these attacks really throw that into question. Another big question I have, and I'm hoping to get answers from this White House today, is whether or not President Donald Trump spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu specifically and directly about this, and whether he tried to warn them against this, because we know in the past, the president has told Netanyahu not to do this while these talks over a nuclear deal played out. But clearly, this administration was aware that this would happen, and now they are trying to make their response known in that they want these talks to continue.
Joining us now, CNN Chief International Anchor Christian Amanpour and CNN's Oren Lieberman in Jerusalem for us. First to you, Christian. When you were looking at this, Israel says it's going to keep these attacks ongoing. Iran has already started to retaliate. Do you see this as an all-out war now?
Well, it just depends actually on Iran's ability to retaliate and what happens next and whether the United States or others get involved. As you know, publicly, the U.S. said that Israel did it alone, unilateral. Here in Europe, our allies have backed off. They've said they had nothing to do with it. And they haven't even said that they would, like the last time, join any protection of the skies over Israel like they did the last time. So people are really not wanting to get more involved, and they're calling for it to actually calm down and for some kind of ceasefire. That looks unlikely. And I think what's really interesting for the United States and for you all to figure out is what is coming out of Israeli reports. Israeli reporters are saying that there seems to be a much higher level of coordination between the United States and Israel than is being said publicly, and that even some of the words, some of the actions, including potentially the so-called meeting that's meant to be happening to continue a nuclear deal this weekend in Oman, that was all potentially part of a deception. So I think that is going to be very interesting to look at the extent of the U.S. Action in this and permission. What we do know is that Prime Minister Netanyahu has been itching for this fight for years. And we also know that no other American president has allowed any Israeli prime minister to take this kind of action. This will be the first time that this kind of action has been permitted or greenlit or whatever you want to call it by an American president. If you remember, the crisis stems from President Trump pulling out of the nuclear agreement back in his first term. From that moment when Iran was bound and had been verified by the international agencies to keep its uranium enrichment low, it started to produce at higher levels. And what appears to have triggered this movement now is two reports from the IAEA, which is the UN nuclear surveillance agency, which has said two things. One, that Iran has produced up to about 60%, which they believe is, significant, much more rapidly than they expected. And also, in a second report, said that Iran had not allowed them enough access, sort of stonewalling certain access. And that is what caused the latest, reports from the IAEA. Israel clearly believes that it had neutralized serious opposition, including from Iran. So far, you've seen, and I'm going to say this because it's relative, only 100 drones have been sent in retaliation, but no missiles yet, no nothing. And also Hezbollah is not involved, Hamas is not involved, other Iranian proxies are not involved, in great part because they have been defanged. Israel apparently feeling that it, though, was reaching what they call, I believe, a zone of immunity, something like that, where something needs to be done before Iran is in a state of being able to do something without it being able to be pulled back. So this is very complicated. The Arab states, including those who made, agreements under the Abraham Accords with Israel, are all calling for calm, and we'll just see where it goes next. And by the way, it was the Persian Empire and not the Iranian Empire. In Iran right now, the president is making a speech on state television to call for unity and also, as he said, to raise Iran's head up. Clearly, this also presents potentially a matter of survival for the current regime. Back to you.
Christian, thank you so much. Stick with us. Let's go to Oren Lieberman now. Oren, you've been covering this since the wee hours of the morning as this was playing out. I was watching you overnight. Is the attack over?
The short answer is no, it doesn't look like it is. We've been here in the Bureau in Jerusalem covering these for the last 10 hours since the first wave of strikes occurred, striking the nuclear enrichment facility in Natanz and a number of other places across the country. That's where we see that 200 fighter jets hitting 100 targets. But it looks like that number may continue to grow. The IDF spokesperson just got on camera a short time ago and put out a statement where he said the Air Force continues to strike in Iran over the recent hours. And it was Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu who, in his first video statement, said this could continue for days. Israel has made clear that it has a number of goals here, including either destroying or degrading Iran's nuclear capabilities, as well as taking out Iran's top military and nuclear leadership. And that we have already seen play out. A number of Iran's top military leaders, including the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Air Force have been killed as part of these strikes. The latter is significant because he was in charge of Iran's ballistic missile. Hundreds of ballistic missiles at Israel that could and nuclear leadership. And that we have already seen play out. A number of Iran's top military leaders, including the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Air Force. Significant because he was in charge of Iran's.
What bothers me about the way that the soundboard works is that if there is a video that's recycling, it cuts the audio.
That we have already seen play out. A number of Iran's top military leaders, including the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Air Force have been killed as part of these strikes. The latter is significant because he was in charge of Iran's ballistic missile program, and that remains the great fear here, that Iran has the capability to launch hundreds of ballistic missiles at Israel that could overwhelm Israel's air defenses. And he was also responsible or led Iran's retaliatory attack against Israel last April. So he has been, or had been, I should say, in this sort of scenario, and was clearly very high on the list of Israeli targets as they went after, again, not only the nuclear facilities and the ballistic missile facilities, but the top of the military and nuclear leadership in what is frankly a remarkable sweep of strikes in terms of the numbers, the targets, how far spread across they are across pretty much all of Iran and in a number of neighborhoods in Tehran itself.
All righty. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great structural nano silver soaps that I have. You can get it in charcoal tea tree, lemongrass, and you can get it in lavender and peppermint. So please go to my store and get a few bars for your household. Very high quality soaps. These are soaps that I use. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. Get a few items from the store. Very high quality. Another great supplement that I have that I've been taking for decades is resveratrol. Resveratrol is an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals, but it also helps with youthful gene expression. When you take antioxidants such as resveratrol, you're slowing down the methylation of your cells. When you get older, you methylate genes and turn them off, unfortunately. Well, if you slow that down, you have youthful gene expression. In addition, resveratrol helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. That means that if you have tissues that can be regenerated through adult stem cells, your tissues will be younger because you're getting rid of the old cells and you're rejuvenating from an adult stem cell. So the telomere lengths are going to be longer and the methylation will be of a younger cell. So over time, when you do this, your tissues actually are younger, not older. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the resveratrol. Also, resveratrol soaks up those free radicals and helps with the health of the mitochondria. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, stack resveratrol with NAD+, ubiquinol, clarity factor, C60, super important, all right? So to get the max benefits of resveratrol, stack it, but take it every day. I've been taking it for decades. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the products. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Another great supplement that I have is vitamin C and magnesium, dual purpose. It helps with your skin, helps with your immune system and brain function. A lot of people don't know magnesium is very important for brain function. And like I said, you are going to start seeing within the next 5 to 10 years, many people having problems with brain function. Super important to mitigate that through an active lifestyle, holistic approach, and proper supplementation. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the vitamin C and magnesium. Boost up that immune system, help with your skin and your brain function. All right, let's listen into Al Jazeera here. I know they're talking about Gaza. All right, let's see here. All right, let's listen to Dana Bash.
A great bathroom begins with an even greater selection of styles, which all begins at Floor & Decor.
On the phone with us now, CNN's Dana Bash, who I understand, Dana, just had a chance to speak with President Trump. What did he tell you?
Good morning, John. Yes, I mean, first question I had was about what his point of view is about the strike that Israel conducted, multiple strikes that Israel conducted last night. I know we were reporting real time that his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, released a statement simply saying that Israel informed the Trump administration about these strikes beforehand, but didn't say explicitly that the U.S. supported what Israel was doing. So that's how I started a very brief conversation. And he responded by saying, quote, "We of course support Israel, obviously, and supported it like nobody has ever supported it." And then he went on to say this: Iran should have listened to me when I said, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I gave them a 60-day warning, and today is day 61. And then he said, they, meaning Iran, should now come to the table to make a deal before it's too late. And then he said something really noteworthy. He said, the people I was dealing with are dead, the hardliners. To which I just wanted to underscore. So what you're saying is Israel has now killed the people who you were dealing with. And he said very sarcastically, they didn't die of the flu. They didn't die of COVID. It was a brief conversation, but my takeaway was twofold. Number one, they are really hoping that instead of escalating the situation, which is what most people, our terrific reporters and analysts you've been talking to all morning, believe is possible, even probable. He's hoping that instead of that, this forces Iran to come to the table. We'll see if that's going to happen. He also, he made clear he understands that it could escalate, but he is hoping now that Israel has done what it's done, that it takes another turn and de-escalates. We'll see.
It sounds like such an interesting conversation, though brief, and you hit on what seems to be emerging as one of the key questions here, especially based on what Secretary of State Marco Rubio said almost immediately after the attacks began, which was basically this was Israel acting unilaterally. It's one thing if President Trump says this morning that he supports Israel. It's another if he signed off, as it were, on the attacks yesterday. And it's still hard to tell where that line is, Dan.
He definitely, yeah, I mean, it's such an important point, John. He definitely did not say, I signed off on this. He said, I support Israel. We support Israel. We support Israel like no one has ever done before. And, obviously the whole sort of reason for this line of questioning, which you wouldn't normally ask of the Trump administration when it comes to the state of Israel, particularly that government, is because of that statement that Marco Rubio put out, but also because of the really important nuance here, which is the immediate concern for retaliation by Iran, not just against Israel, but against U.S. assets in and around the region. And we didn't get deep into that conversation at all. We didn't have time, frankly. I didn't have time, but that is why I, really wanted to push him on the notion of support for Israel. Again, I would not say just because he said he supports Israel that he is suggesting that he signed off on this strike that Israel launched last night.
Yeah, again, it's so important to get that conversation with the president this morning, Dana Bash. Thank you so much for sharing your reporting with us. Obviously, you will have much more throughout the morning, and I know in Inside Politics at noon as well. Thanks, Dana. Kate?
All right, so we're also just getting you reporting in that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Okay, oil is trading at 72.74. It looked like it failed the test at the 72.95 mark. It's probably going to cycle down and then retest it again. It'll cycle down and then come back up and retest.
Set to speak to President Trump later today. That's according to an Israeli official. And also Netanyahu is expected to hold a situational assessment on Friday. That's the terminology that we were given from that official. The timing on both unclear. So a lot more to come today and a lot more to come in just moments. Joining us right now is the former National Security Advisor to President Trump in his first term, John Bolton, who also served as U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. It's good to see you again, Ambassador. I have a million questions, but first and foremost, what do you make of this first wave of strikes by Israel, how far they hit, and who they took out?
Well, thank God for Bibi Netanyahu. He has cut through the fog and done, frankly, what should have been done as long as 20 years ago. Yep. This is a very important step. It's far from over, but Iran is already close to being flat on its back after the pummeling its terrorist surrogates have taken, the fall of the Assad regime in Syria, now the elimination of several of its top commanders, the elimination in October of its ballistic missile production facilities, and now direct attacks on the nuclear program. This regime should never be allowed to get to nuclear weapons, and Netanyahu has started it off. We don't know if all of the coming days will be as good as this one, but this is a very good start.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next investor.
The way that Brett McGurk just put it in speaking with us this morning, he said the people who would have met this morning to figure out how to respond are all dead, but that they will respond. Ambassador, do you think the United States is closer now to being pulled into another war in the Middle East than it was yesterday? That is the fear of Senator Tim Kaine, who just spoke to John Berman.
Yeah, well, they've got a completely distorted view of the situation. There has been a war in the Middle East since October the 7th, 2023, and Israel has now simply opened a new front in that war. I believe the United States should be helping Israel conduct these attacks. The Iran nuclear weapons program is not an Israeli problem. It's an American problem. It's a problem of global nuclear proliferation. We let it go on far too long. What the United States needs to do now, although I don't have any idea whether the Trump administration will do it, is provide all the intelligence we can on what Iran's response might be, get American forces into the region to defend Israel, to defend our deployed forces, to defend our Arab friends in the Gulf region. And then also we should be beginning to plan phase 2 of this. Given the destruction of the Israeli military facilities, it's now time to think of the campaign for regime change in Iran, because there will never be peace and security in the Middle East until that regime is gone. I think the Israeli attacks could well constitute a major destabilizing consequence inside Iran as the people look at what the Ayatollahs and their followers have brought to the country.
Marco Rubio was the first to issue the first formal statement on behalf of the United States after these attacks, talking about this was a unilateral attack by Israel. I know that you said just now, and you've told me before, that you think the United States should be helping Israel in these strikes. Even before today, you had said help them in striking nuclear facilities. Do you think that Benjamin Netanyahu would have launched this attack without some sort of go-ahead from President Trump?
Absolutely. I think it's clear that as of last night, maybe the administration had been informed, or maybe they had simply heard from Netanyahu in the conversation he had with Trump on Monday that Israel was getting near the point of attacking. But I don't believe there was any implicit or explicit authorization, green light, yellow light, or blinking of the eye. But that's that's not unprecedented for Israel to act alone and to act without American permission. They did it in 1981 when they destroyed Saddam Hussein's Osirak nuclear reactor outside of Baghdad. They did it in September of 2007 when they destroyed an Iranian reactor being built by North Korea in the Syrian desert. And I think they've done it again, and good for them.
Something else Tim Kaine said, Senator Tim Kaine said, Ambassador, that I wanted to ask you. He said, why torch diplomacy before it's allowed to succeed? His point is that he said he was shocked and disappointed that Israel launched this attack just 3 days before the diplomatic efforts of the nuclear talks between the U.S. and Iran were set to take place again this weekend. Before this, in our last conversation, I recall you saying that you thought these nuclear talks were going nowhere. What do you think now? Are you disappointed? I know that you are applauding this, but are you disappointed in the timing, given that talks are going to happen this weekend?
There was never a chance. Let me say that again. Never a chance that Iran was going to agree to any kind of deal that we would find acceptable. And anybody who thinks otherwise just doesn't understand Iran. Look, we've negotiated with Iran for over 20 years now. Yep. And when serious negotiations started in 2003, 2004 by the Europeans, Britain, France, and Germany, it was an absolute precondition by the Europeans that they would support a civil nuclear program for Iran, but no uranium enrichment, no uranium enrichment. And they stuck with that. And the Obama administration stuck with that up until his second term, when they caved in and allowed uranium enrichment. That was the fatal flaw of the 2015 deal. And anybody who thinks that deal made America or Israel or the Gulf Arabs safer fundamentally doesn't understand the direction of the Iranian regime. So it wasn't that we didn't give diplomacy as a chance. Diplomacy had no chance given Iran's objective.
Even saying that, do you think these talks are dead at this point?
Look, these talks are a waste of oxygen.
Ambassador.
Okay, let's go to Bloomberg. They're talking to Starmer here.
Real cause for concern. We're all saying de-escalate in relation to this incident, but none of us were involved in the actual attack.
Does
Does that mean you're also gravely concerned about the fact that Israel has taken made this very big move, preemptive military action? And you're concerned about Iran's nuclear program. Are you also concerned about Israel's choice of action?
Well, I'm concerned about escalation, of course.
Here's the problem. You got a bunch of politicians that are chicken shit that actually get the job done. And now we kick the can down the road to the point where it's an existential threat.
I'm going to speak to Prime Minister Netanyahu shortly after this interview. So obviously that'll be a topic of discussion. Look, I do recognise Israel's right to self-defence. There's no doubt about that. But I am very concerned about the escalation of this situation, which is why, along with Germany and France, we're...
But the thing is, you have to escalate it to actually de-escalate. You have to destroy the regime in Iran, and you have to destroy their nuclear capability. How could you not escalate this and get the job done?
Be clear that de-escalation is what is needed here.
But you know what it is? You got a bunch of politicians that are a bunch of all talk and no
3 weeks
action.
ago, you made this very strong statement with Canada and France, which called for three things: for Hamas to release the hostages, for Israel's military operations in Gaza to cease, and for Israel to let aid into Gaza in accordance with the UN, engage with the UN in delivering it. None of those things have happened. What action will you take now?
Well, you'll have seen that we've taken action in relation to sanctions 3 weeks ago, but also more recently. And it is important that we consider what other options that we have. I always think in these situations it's better to act with allies, which is why we're coordinating what we're doing. But the situation in Gaza is absolutely intolerable. The aid arrangements are not adequate, nor are they going to be adequate. And so that's why we've been consistently calling for a return to the ceasefire. Of course, the release of the hostages, the remaining hostages, have been there a very long time in awful circumstances. But we must get that aid in at speed, at volume. And the current arrangements are not going to deliver that. And that's why we've been very clear in our messaging on this and our coordination on this and our willingness to take action such as sanctioning.
Which you've already done. And as I said, there's been no change to the situation. An action you could take is recognizing a Palestinian state. And President Macron is leading on a conference at the UN next week on that very subject.
Well, we've got long-standing policy as a Labour Party, as a Labour government, that recognition should be part of a process. And so that's our approach. Precisely what's going to happen in the conference next week, I think, is unclear. And obviously now the immediate issue is the Israeli attack overnight. And so there are a lot of moving parts at the moment. But the principle we've always held is that the only long-term solution in relation to Palestine and the Middle East is a two-state solution. And although it seems further off now than perhaps it's seen for some time, we have to be clear that is the only path through, and that recognition at the right part of the process has always been our long-standing policy.
All right, that was UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer sitting down with Bloomberg's Michal Hussein in Downing Street for an exclusive interview here, coming on the backs of this news of the Israeli strike in Iran. We are fortunate to get a few minutes with Michal Hussein, again, editor-at-large for Bloomberg Weekend. She joins us from our London headquarters. Michal, a wonderful interview with the UK Prime Minister. You listen to Keir Starmer, you listen to President Donald Trump. This seems like an action Benjamin Netanyahu kind of did on his own. Not a lot of consultation there. Did you sense any consternation in Downing Street about the performance here of Mr. Netanyahu?
I think the tone that Prime Minister Starmer is striking is quite different to that of Mr. Trump. The Prime Minister was very keen to emphasize to me that the UK was not involved. And when I asked him if it would come to Israel's defense, as the UK has done before in helping to shoot down Iranian drones more than a year ago, he wouldn't really be drawn on that, although he did absolutely emphasize the UK's commitment to Israel's defense. But really what he was trying to do is, to the best of his ability, calm this situation down. And when I asked him if he was concerned about the action Israel had taken, as well as concerned about Iran's nuclear program, he said he was just about to speak to Mr. Netanyahu and that was going to be a theme of that conversation. I certainly had the sense that he would much prefer this not to be happening. And as he goes into the G7 summit, he's just about to meet President Trump and the other leaders in Canada, where there's already so much to talk about. It's been such a tense and complex time in international affairs, and this is one of the big international moments when they're all coming together. This is just another layer of complexity that adds to that, and I could sense that it is one that he would really rather be doing without.
Michelle, the U.S., the Israeli strikes took tariffs off the front page, or at least put them below the fold. Starmer, what is the domestic situation in the UK? It sounds like the strikes are kind of doing the same thing, giving him a little relief. He's able to talk about foreign affairs rather than domestic affairs.
Well, it's interesting. In the UK, they've just had a moment where the government is really trying to signal that it is in a new phase.
Oil is now trading at 71.83.
UK general election campaign last year when he was still fighting to get elected, but he's a year into the job now, and after raising taxes last fall in an effort to, as they would say, fix what the last government left behind, they've just put out spending plans that they say are all part of Britain's renewal. This was nevertheless a foreign policy conversation, and Starmer's been working really hard on Ukraine in particular. One of the areas I think is really hard for him is he has not got as yet what he would really like from President Trump, which is much more support for Ukraine, much more pressure on Russia, particularly getting President Trump to agree to fresh US sanctions. So I've no doubt that that's going to be something that he's going to, again, try and work hard with President Trump on. But they do have a good relationship. In many ways, they are unlikely in the bond that they've struck. Starmer's a former human rights lawyer. He's a studious, scholarly type of person, but he prides himself on the relationship that he's built with President Trump. And
another typical lawyer, politician, all talk, no fucking action. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Good Night Formula. Good Night Formula is going to help you to get in those cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep. About 3 to 5 cycles is what you need for proper sleep. When you're in those REM cycle and deep sleep, what happens is you're consolidating memory, detoxifying your body, and you're going to be well rested. And by having proper sleep, you're slowing down the aging process and bringing down cortisol levels. Super important. So please go to my store, get the Good Night Formula, take it every night. It has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. Please go to my store and get the Good Night Formula. Part of an anti-aging protocol is to have proper sleep. Now, I partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we have these deodorants for males and females. It's a dual-purpose product. You use it as a deodorant, but it also helps to detoxify your body. You can get it in citrus, and you can also get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. Now, these deodorants you use every day, they'll help to detoxify your body. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas, has no aluminum and no baking soda. It's for males and females. It's a dual-purpose product. Use it every day and detoxify your body. Please go to my store and get those deodorants. And if you're 40 years of age or older, you need to start taking vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex, the first 4 B vitamins helps with mitochondrial health, so boosts up your energy levels. Vitamin B metabolism, super important, because when you get older, your metabolism goes down and then you start getting fat. You don't want that. So vitamin B complex also helps to protect neurons. And this is really important, super important for males and females. You're age 40 or older, you need to start protecting your neurons. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the B complex. Vitamin B12 is super important for neurons, so please pay attention. The vitamin B complex stacks really well with ubiquinol, NAD+, resveratrol, and C60. And another great dual purpose product that I have is olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract is going to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Olive leaf extract brings down inflammation, so that's important at the vascular level to prevent plaque formation, and it brings down inflammation that helps with your immune system. All right? So by bringing down that systemic inflammation, you're boosting up that immune system. A lot of people don't realize that if you have chronic inflammation, you have elevated cortisol levels. Elevated cortisol levels chronically is immunosuppressive. You want to bring those down. Super important. So olive leaf extract helps with the immune system and the cardiovascular system. Also, olive leaf extract helps with your lipid profile by helping bring down the LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. That's super important because if you have less LDL, you have less LDL that's oxidized, that means you have less plaque formation. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
Person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, John Tucker sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney, live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Coming up in this hour, Sid Phillip, Bloomberg Deputy Team Leader for Global Aviation. They're going to talk to us about what's happening with Global and this crash in India, going back in crisis mode, it seems like. Dr. Ariel Cohen, Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council, will give us his latest thoughts on Israel's attack on Iran. It is Friday. That means we talk municipal bonds. And then Vince Piazza, Senior Equity Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. He covers the global energy space. We'll get his thoughts on what this Mideast tension means for global oil. We've got oil higher, but well off some of the surge we saw earlier and last night. So we'll get the latest on how we should think about this global oil space. But right now, let's go to Charlie Pell and get a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you very much, Paul Sweeney. Indeed, right now we are looking at WTI, West Texas Intermediate Crude, surging 5.7%. We'll have more on that in a moment. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Commonwealth. Join over 2,000 independent financial advisors who are taking control of their growth with advisor-centric support and future-ready technologies. Grow on your own terms with a partner dedicated to your success. Go to commonwealth.com to learn how. Well, certainly a day of fast-moving developments out of the Middle East. We got you covered here at Bloomberg. S&P right now down 47, falling below 6,000 at 59.98. But perhaps the key takeaway at this hour, we are well off session lows. The S&P currently down by 0.8%. The Dow down 570, down 1.3%. NASDAQ lower by 176, a drop there of 0.9%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index down 0.7%. The 10-year 4.40%, with the 2-year 3.96%. Spot gold up $41 the ounce, surging 1.2%. 34.27 right now on spot gold. And West Texas Intermediate Crude, major move there, up 5.7%, 71.92 right now for a barrel of WTI. Well, as for the White House and developments in the Middle East, Tina Fordham is founder and geopolitical strategist at Fordham Global Foresight. She was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
For investors that are having flashbacks to the last round of Iran-Israel tensions in 2024, we're in a really different environment. At the moment, it looks like the White House is trying to give the impression that they were on board with these attacks, when almost everything that we're hearing is that the White House was cautioning Netanyahu not to go for it.
Tina Fordham of Fordham Global Foresight interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance. Airline stocks lower right now. Case in point, UAL among the domestic names with significant overseas exposure. United down 3%. We've got American AAL on the ticker there, down 3.7%. Delta tumbling by 2.6%. Oil stocks right now higher, along with the price of crude. ExxonMobil up 1.1%. BP, the ADR is up 1%. Chevron up 0.1%. Also, defense stocks advancing. Case in point, Lockheed Martin right now up 3.5%. RTX up by 2.4%. Keep it locked in to Bloomberg Radio for the latest on these fast-moving developments out of the Middle East. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pelleton, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Charlie reported we have a sell-off in place in the markets today. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney alongside John Tucker, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Christina Aquino. Christine, what are you looking at?
Well, let's talk about Lockheed Martin since Charlie Pelleton mentioned that. So ticker LMT, again, shares up 3.5% at the moment. And that's interesting because, earlier this week, that stock was not doing well because there was a report the Department of Defense will cut its order of F-35s by half. But then on Thursday, we did get some findings from the Congressional Budget Office saying that the operating and support costs of F-35 fighter jets have stabilized. And that was in response to President Trump's order in April to review all major defense acquisition programs. So that was probably helping Lockheed a little bit. And of course, Middle East tensions always boost to defense stocks.
I love the F-35. That looks really cool. I love to fly that thing. What else we got?
Very patriotic.
Awesome.
You might see one tomorrow on the parade.
Yes, that's
exactly. Make sure you watch that. But yes, otherwise, we are looking at Oracle as well. That's ticker ORCL. And that stock up really nicely today, more than 5% at the moment. And, we're seeing Oracle being raised to outperform from market perform at BMO Capital Markets. That's after shares hit a record high this week following the software maker's results, projecting a 70% gain in cloud infrastructure sales this fiscal year. So this week, Oracle shares up 20%, and that is the biggest gain since April 2001.
Boom. And I remember April 2001 very well. 52-week high today for Oracle. So how about that? All right, look at the Dow. It's off 525 points, 1.2%. Biggest driver of that downside is Visa. What's going on with Visa?
Exactly. Visa, ticker V, and we're seeing those shares down just about 6% at the moment. So bearing some losses here, but still very much in the red. And that is because we have a Wall Street Journal report saying that there are large merchants, including Walmart and Amazon, that are exploring how to issue or use stable coins to bypass the traditional fees of card-based systems. Now, yes, I know you're groaning, Paul, because of course, some analysts pointing out that this is going to be a long uphill battle in terms of adoption, but we do have KBW analyst Sanjay Sakrani saying that, of course, these initiatives could put pressure on the economics of card fees over time.
Stablecoin replacing cards?
Well, how about the old-fashioned way? We're about a wad of cash, okay? And you play it the old school way. That's how I do it in Jersey Shore.
Oh, yeah, and you're the only one.
And I'm the only one. The only one. All right, Christina Aquino, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Christina Aquino from Bloomberg News. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports of the biggest winners and losers in this stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. Let's check in with the story from yesterday, the air crash in India that claimed so many lives, a lot of issues there. One of the issues is just Boeing, the plane, GE, the engines. From a business perspective, that's kind of where a lot of folks are looking at this state. Sid Phillip joins as Deputy Team Leader for Global Aviation, Zoom from Paris. Sid, what do we know about the actual plane itself? Maybe some causes here. Has anything been reported?
So far, there hasn't been much in terms of causes. I mean, so far we understand that investigators are combing through the wreckage to determine really what caused that crash, and it killed all but one person on board, so 241 people.
The fact that somebody walked away from that is absolutely a miracle.
I can't wait to see the reporting on that. So Has Boeing said anything? What's Boeing said since?
Boeing's actually it hasn't said a lot. Boeing is basically deferring to the regulators and investigators on this matter. So they're sort of putting it onto investigators, saying they're not going to comment and they're not going to say anything about this accident. They're going to help with the investigation, but they aren't going to comment, and they're going to let the investigators sort of work through whatever evidence that they can find and whatever sort of the black boxes and what they decode from those black boxes before they really make a determination and say anything on the matter.
This also gets to the investigation, but you know more than us about that particular airport in question. I understand that's known for a lot of bird strikes. Do I have that right?
There have been some bird strikes. I mean, again, at this point, it's a bit early to be saying what the matter is. I mean, at the moment, the accident is being investigated by the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau of India, and they also have investigators from the UK and the US who are assisting with the probe. And so they're looking at multiple angles in this investigation. And I think the DGCA, which is India's aviation regulator, also ordered some maintenance checks on all of Air India's Boeing 787s, including they're asking them to check on fuel systems, cabin air, engine control, hydraulics, just to rule out what really caused this incident.
Hey, so just thinking about Boeing, it seemed like just recently, maybe the last 6 to 9 months, Boeing was putting behind it a lot of the safety issues that have plagued it for the last several years, the 737 MAX and so on. And then this happened. What's the feeling within Boeing about kind of where they are in terms of getting back some of their engineering chops, their safety chops, getting production levels back up to where they need to be? What do you think the view is from Boeing?
So Boeing, Boeing obviously has been working on improving their quality systems. They have a new CEO, Kelly Ortberg, who is sitting there, who has basically been working on improving quality and making sure that the company can actually ramp up production and ramp up safely. And so that's what they've been ramping up. And they've sort of just reached a key milestone on the 737 MAX, which is separate from the jet that actually crashed in India. And that jet is the one that had those 2 fatal crashes in 2018 and 19, and also the door plug falling off last year. And so they've ramped up production on that. They've sort of got to the FAA mandated level of 38 a month. And so they are in the process of sort of shoring up their company, shoring up their balance sheet. And this will be a sort of blow to that effort. And this will sort of force Kelly Ortberg, the new CEO, to sort of, again, go back into crisis mode. And I mean, he isn't going to be attending the Paris Air Show, which starts next week. He's decided to skip that along with Stephanie Pope, who leads the commercial unit.
Yeah, I was kind of curious how that proceeds. Arguably, the Paris Air Show is what? That's the biggest event on the aviation calendar, isn't it?
It is the biggest aviation event, typically where airlines splash out on big orders. There's lots, it's very celebratory. That's where airlines sort of talk about their future fleet plans, and aircraft manufacturers, including Airbus and Boeing, show off what their latest products are and all the innovations and developments that they have.
So where is Boeing in terms of, like, a lot of folks tell me, hey, if you're looking at Boeing, the only thing you really need to focus on is how many 737s are they getting off the line every month? Where are we right now, and where do they want to go?
At the moment, we're close to the FAA mandated limit of about 38 a month, and they have talked about getting beyond that to about 50 a month. But that is long term. It's not yet not a near-term consideration, but that's basically where Airbus, which is Boeing's direct rival, makes about 60 A321s, which compete with the 737 MAX. They make about 60 a month, and they have an ambition of reaching 75 a month by 2027.
Tell us about GE, the engines in question, and does Boeing, is GE just one of the many suppliers of engines for Boeing?
No, so GE is one of the main suppliers of engines for Boeing. I mean, on the 737 MAX, GE is one half of a joint venture that makes the exclusive engines for the 737 MAX. And they also provide all the engines on the 777X, which is the upcoming model. And they're one of 2 engine options on the 787. So they're a very, very important supplier in terms of the aviation ecosystem. They're a very important supplier to Boeing. And I mean, this engine is been in service for over a decade now. And so this isn't a new engine. It isn't an engine that has any particular issues. So it is, I mean, I'm sure that GE is also contributing to the investigation.
All right. Sid, thanks so much for joining us. Sid Phillip, Bloomberg Deputy Team Leader for Global Aviation. Let's get back to the geopolitical topic of the day, Israel and Iran. Ariel Cohen joins us, Senior Fellow of the Atlantic Council, joining us from Stockholm, Sweden via Zoom. Ariel, can you put into context what has happened over the last 24 hours? What is Israel's strategy?
Of course.
Where does Iran go from here?
First of all, this was in the works for probably 20 years. Iran was giving every opportunity to walk away from its nuclear weapons program. First with the JCPOA planned by the Obama administration. It didn't work. instead of, yes, they could enrich for the domestic power production, 3.5% enriched uranium. They escalated 20% and more. Now they were enriching at 60 to 80%, which the only application is weapons. They kept accelerating development of their ballistic missiles, and they were funding proxies from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean, from the Houthis to Hezbollah, to Iraqi Kataib Hezbollah. So they were building, or trying to build, a Middle Eastern empire, and it all came down crushing. And Trump gave him 60 days to agree to keep their internal domestic power production through nuclear reactors, but to shut down the enrichment. They refused. Every Friday, they chanted death to America, death to Israel. They tried to assassinate Trump on American soil. So when people are telling me now, we don't care about Iran, nobody talks about Iran, like this Bright Lights Marjorie Taylor Greene said in.
I just want to quickly ask you: Do we know if the Iranian nuclear capabilities have been neutralized or anywhere near neutralized at this point?
I think Israel is way on its way to do that because the Natanz enrichment facility, despite the fact that it was protected with an 8-meter concrete envelope, is destroyed, and other nuclear facilities are destroyed. But if this regime stays in place, they may rebuild, or it will require another war in 5 or 10 years. So the question I'm asking myself, number one, with Trump watching the inflation, can the Saudis and other Gulf oil producing countries export oil west to the Red Sea so that the oil supply is not disrupted too much? This is important for the U.S., that Iran doesn't put mines in the Strait of Hormuz, through which 25 to 30% of oil exports is going through. And secondly, can the regime survive either giving up its nuclear program or being bombed as badly as the Israelis seem to be doing and still stay in power? And at this point, I'm not sure about either outcome.
Dr. Cohen, can you just reiterate what I think I heard you say, which is you believe that Israel has destroyed or neutralized their nuclear facilities?
Indeed. The main enrichment facility was in Natanz. Israel is also destroying or destroyed most of the massive ballistic missile arsenals. Just the other day, we saw that Iran was buying enough materials and precursors to build 10,000 ballistic missiles over a period of 3 years from China. Apparently, this is also a target. It may not be fully destroyed yet because we're barely 24 hours into the operation. But in terms of the success of taking out the leadership of the Iranian Air Force, the head of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard commanders, what will happen in the next couple of weeks?
We're going to have to leave it there just because of time. We really appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Dr. Ariel Cohen, Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council, joining us via Zoom from Stockholm, Switzerland. Stocks kind of coming back just a little bit. S&P down 42 points. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotics. You can get it in a powdered form or a veggie cap form. And probiotics are really important as a foundational piece. It stacks really well with the multivitamin. And by taking a good probiotic, you're going to improve your skin, your hair, your nails, but also your gut biome. And by improving that gut biome, you're going to be bringing down inflammation. You're going to be able to absorb your nutrients better. The communication between your gut and your liver will be improved, and your gut and your brain. You'll be able to concentrate. You'll have less brain fog. You'll sleep better. And you'll have a thicker mucosal lining in your gut. in the inner lining of your gut. And by having a thicker mucosal lining, your metabolism will be better because the gut biome will have the proper concentrations of microbiota, and your IgAs will increase. That will help with your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the very high quality probiotics that I offer. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Stocks lower across the board, a rush to safety sweeping global markets. We are, however, off session lows after Israeli airstrikes on Iranian nuclear targets. Oil notching its biggest moves as traders stay on edge for signs of an escalating confrontation. Keep it locked into Bloomberg Radio for the very latest on these fast-moving developments out of the Middle East. Equity markets lower, but the S&P now back above 6,000 at 6,006. The S&P down 38, down 0.6%. The Dow down 489 now, down 1.1%. NASDAQ down 0.7%. The 10-year 4.41%, with a 2-year that's yielding 3.96%. Gold is surging 1.2%, 34.28. West Texas Intermediate crude now up 6.5%, 72.48 a barrel. Consumer sentiment, as measured by the University of Michigan, rose by the most since January 2024 as concerns about the economy eased and short-term inflation expectations showed a marked improvement. Joanne Chu is Director of Surveys at the University of Michigan. And our John Tucker asked the question, just how much do the confidence numbers matter given overnight developments in the Middle East?
Well, there's a lot going on in the world right now, and in terms of how consumers react to global events in the Middle East, where we can wait until the final reading for June. But of course, things are happening on a daily basis. Consumers are incorporating this information, separate from the possible disruption to energy prices from what's going on.
Joanne Shu of the University of Michigan. Again, energy prices certainly worth repeating. WTI, West Texas Intermediate crude up 6.3%. Brent, the global benchmark, up now by 6.1%. And for on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now on Bloomberg Intelligence, Munis in Focus.
All right, today's Focus on Munis is brought to you by BAM Mutual. Put America's strength to work in your portfolio with BAM Insured Municipal Bonds. Protect your investments with an added layer of security and guaranteed income. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Mutual. Max Adler joins us, Bloomberg Municipal Bond Reporter. He is based in Los Angeles. Max, talk to us about the municipal bond market. How's performance been this year? It's been a year of tremendous volatility out there for all asset classes. How's the muni market doing?
Well, in May, munis outperformed treasuries, and people are hopeful going forward. We have diminished tax concerns now that the Republicans have put out their proposal for the One Big Beautiful Bill, and it did not include an elimination of the municipal bond tax exemption. We have relative attractive valuations right now, and supply is pretty good. Going into the summer, we should expect a dip in supply, as we usually do see during the summer season. But we do expect strong performance. There will be a lot of reinvestment money out there that investors will be looking to put to play in the market.
How does the federal aid, or maybe the lack of federal aid, impact the municipal market?
For certain issuers, it should be cause for concern. There are certain states right now that are looking at federal funding threats, California specifically, that could impact its credit strength going forward. It still remains to be seen. Right now, a lot of what has been coming from the Trump administration has just been threats. In California specifically, the Newsom administration this week filed a preemptive lawsuit against the Trump administration. They had threatened to pull funding from California based off of their trans athlete policy. And we'll see how that plays out in court. As we all know, the Newsom administration won a partial win last night when a federal judge, Stephen Breyer's brother, said that the National Guard had to be returned to the governor's control. Granted, that ruling has been stayed until the Ninth Court of Appeals does decide on that. But it's looking hopeful for California right now. Newsom did go out last night and celebrated as if it was a win. On Twitter, he was posting videos of the Death Star being blown up as a metaphor for what he thinks was a big win in court yesterday.
So, Max, you're based in Bloomberg News' Los Angeles bureau. You're right there on the front line, so to speak. From a municipal bond perspective, given some of the unrest we're seeing in Los Angeles, given some of the, I guess, the pushback from President Trump against Governor Newsom, has that affected either how California's municipal bonds trade, or has it affected any kind of new issuance? Has it any impact so far?
Los Angeles County came to market this week with a $700 million sale. 1-year yields on that were elevated above the AAA curve right now. So it is having a little bit of an impact, but generally because of tax policy in California, there is such strong demand for California paper that it has tended to perform relatively well, regardless of the funding concerns that are popping up and regardless of some of the protest turmoil and ICE-induced turmoil that we've seen over the last week.
All right, Max, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Max Adler, Bloomberg Municipal Bond Reporter, joining us from our Los Angeles bureau, which is a phenomenal office space. The first one I visited was a little substandard by Bloomberg standards. I went back 6 months later. They'd moved into new space. Unbelievable.
Based
Century
on your
City.
complaints?
Yes. So I definitely, I do have a story about that.
Thanks,
I think I offended the person who was responsible for our office space by saying they have the easiest job in Bloomberg because they just go into any city in the world and say, I want the best building in the best neighborhood, and I want office space there, and that's what we do. So it seems like everywhere I go, Bloomberg offices are better than the next. So they do a great job for those folks who get us our office space. Let's turn back to the energy complex here. WTI crude oil up about 6%. I think that's good for my friends down in the oil patch. And again, I watch Landman, so I know all about that business. Vince Piazza joins us. He actually is an expert, Bloomberg Intelligence senior equity analyst covering the oil and gas space here. Hey, Vince, when you see price moves here in crude and in gas, how do your energy companies kind of view this? Is it just kind of a short-term blip and there might still be oil pressure on the way down? How do you guys think about it?
Well, when you think about the reason behind it, the geopolitical risk premium has now been re-injected into the marketplace because of Israel striking Iran and the retaliation that's likely to occur. If it's a shorter term scenario, then that risk premium will get diluted. But I think in this case, it just feels different. So that risk premium may stick around for longer. Now, we've come off the highs of today, and I think that's a positive. What is interesting, though, Paul, is that the WTI Brent spread, that differential between the Brent price and the WTI price has tightened, which means that WTI barrels are being bid in order to receive some type of stable supply from a friendlier region of the world. What will dictate this going forward is if it entangles other proxies. So if this escalates and accelerates across the region, then that risk premium will get rebid. I'm less concerned about facilities on land and more concerned about the shipment of hydrocarbons, the shipment of molecules, and if shipping lanes will be disrupted. Iran from time to time has dictated that it would shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which is a major choke point in the shipment of molecules around the world. It is an extremely important passageway for roughly 20-25% of LNG flows, roughly 30 some odd percent of oil and product flows. Shutting that down or any higher risk to shipments, that will rebid that risk premium and it will become much more permanent. And then we are seeing this shift toward backwardation in the near term. So we need to be very careful on how that plays out over the next month or so. Keep in mind, very important fact here is that this is occurring right around the time of summer drive season too. It is one of the true demand periods for gasoline, on-road gasoline. Folks like us like to get in on the road and take our vacations. And so that is a very precarious time to have the market bid up crude, the feedstock that gets cracked into the various products.
Yeah, Vince, on that, I wanted to ask you just the extent to which the United States might be sort of isolated from that. I mean, we're not seeing it in the WTI price today. I wonder how much of that is short covering. But since we're sort of near energy independence, why is this impacting the United States?
Well, oil is a global commodity, and we ship oil across the world as well. So it is interconnected. We are interconnected with what goes on across all of the choke points, all of the major producing areas. The flow of those molecules is interchangeable. And so what impacts the capacity to produce in one region would impact our capacity as well. Number one. Number two, the producers have told us that they do not wish to grow output. In fact, just the opposite. They're maintaining those levels in order to generate more free cash flow. So capital discipline, production discipline on their part Even the investor base has mentioned that they do not want to see more sunk cost in production, that they want that excess capital to come back to them in the form of higher dividends and buybacks, or even consolidation of smaller players where assets go into stronger hands and we have fewer but larger, more powerful organizations able to sustain an entire cycle and the ups and downs of the volatility of a cycle.
All right, great stuff, Vince. Appreciate you taking the time. Vince Piazza, he covers all the oil and natural gas companies for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us there. And again, as John was mentioning, we're still a little bit elevated, up about 6.2% for WTI crude oil, $72 a barrel here. We were up about 11% late last night when the news first broke of Israel's attack on the Iranian facility. So again, pairing a little bit of that move higher. Mike McGlone, if you recall from Bloomberg Intelligence on the commodity side, simply says this is just a short-term move higher. And what is?
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The S&P 500 is trading at 6,013. VIX is trading at 19.13. The euro is trading at 115. Oil is trading at 72.13. BITO is trading at 21.16. Japanese yen is trading at 143.96. I'd like to see 145. That's a little stress in the market, but we know why. And natural gas is trading at 3.577. So, all right, let me give you my take on right now what's going on with the oil market. Okay, so obviously last night, because of what Israel did to Iran, oil skyrocketed. And throughout the trading session in New York, it has been going down. It's been cycling, a little bit up and then down, a little bit up and then down. So it broke the support level of 72.95. And so it's continually selling off here. I'm looking at the ETF SCO as a short play for oil. And I've been going, I put new positions in shorting oil. All right. I'm not longing it. I'm shorting it. All right. So with that, as long as it stays below that 72.95 barrier, it's going to continue to go down. So we'll see what's going to happen. As right now, I would say that there's a short-term resistance at 72.95 and a support level at about 68.50. Okay. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. Omega-3 will help to bring down systemic inflammation. Omega-3 also helps to prevent your red blood cells from over clotting. And omega-3 will help your lipid profile. It'll help to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. With less LDL oxidizes, and that reduces the chances of plaque formation. So it's really important to control your LDL levels, but not too low, but not too high, right? There's a healthy level of LDL, but there is an unhealthy level of LDL. And so when you have inflammation and the unhealthy level of LDL, and you have a lot of free radicals, you'll have that oxidation and a plaque buildup. A lot of people don't realize you start having cardiovascular issues when you're in your teens. In your teens, not your 20s or 30s or 40s, in your teens. When you're around 16 years old, that's when you start having damage to the intima of the blood vessels and the beginnings of plaque formation. Now, if you're 40 years of age or older, it's really important to take digestive enzyme complex. We need to reduce the load on our pancreas. Digestive enzyme complex will help to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. That way you're absorbing your nutrients, you're reducing the load on your pancreas, and when you're digesting those nutrients, you'll be able to absorb, and you'll have a better metabolism. When you have poor nutrient absorption, your body is sluggish, your metabolism starts to go down. It's a downward spiral. So it's really important to take the digestive enzyme complex to reduce the load on your pancreas. If you're an athlete, younger or older, taking digestive enzyme complex to break up your pre-workout or your post-workout fueling is important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the digestive enzyme complex. And this digestive enzyme complex has bromelain in it. That bromelain is fibrinolytic, so that breaks up clots. Super important. I told you to take this during the, remember 2020? In addition, digestive enzyme complex is not only is it fibrinolytic, it is proteolytic. It'll break up glycoproteins. That's another reason why taking digestive enzyme complex was important in 2020. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are trimming declines. Oil traders, however, remain on edge. Right now, we have got Brent, the global benchmark, up by 5.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude surging 6%. Stocks are well off session lows, but still a down day with the S&P right now down 33 points, a decline there of 0.6%. Traders and investors monitoring developments out of the Middle East. Keep it locked into Bloomberg for the very latest, with the Dow down 472 now, down 1.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 0.7%. Again, the S&P down 0.6%, putting it all in context. The 10-year 4.42%, with the 2-year 3.96%. Gold is now surging 1.1%, 34.24 the ounce. And again, West Texas Intermediate crude now up 6%, WTI 72.14 a barrel. Business executives around the globe are monitoring developments in the Middle East. Jim Farley is the president and CEO of Ford Motor, and he spoke this morning with Bloomberg's Matt Miller at Le Mans.
It's a really important region for us. We're watching Turkey as well. We have a huge operation in Turkey. We export all the way through Europe and the UK. So far, so good. But it's clearly a concern for all of us in business.
Ford CEO Jim Farley speaking with Bloomberg again. Ford shares, they are trading lower today, down by just about 0.4%. By the way, you can watch that full conversation on YouTube on the Bloomberg podcast channel. Airline stocks declining around the world after Israel launched those airstrikes across Iran, forcing several countries in the Middle East to close their airspace to commercial flights. Now, among U.S. carriers with significant overseas business, we're looking at United, UAL on the ticker, down 2.7%. American down now by 2.9%. Delta Airlines down by 2.2%. Recapping, S&P down 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 6%. Spot gold up 1.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Powell, thank you so much. We appreciate that. John Tucker sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. What we've been trying to do all day today, starting at 7 a.m. with Tom Keenan Surveillance, is just to try to find some guests here who are experienced in, educated in all things in the complexities of the Middle East and help us, the audience, to get some context about what's happening in the Middle East. Our next guest is certainly one of those folks. Aaron David Miller, Senior Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, joining us from Washington, D.C. via Zoom here. Aaron, we've had Presidents Biden, Presidents Trump urging Israel to have restraint, particularly as it relates to Iran. But I guess today Iran said, hey, the risks to us are just too high. Iran is making too much progress on the nuclear front. We had to act. What kind of context, or how do you view what happened last night?
It's a long movie, guys, and thanks for having me. First of all, I think the Israelis acted in large part because you have an Israeli prime minister who is now very risk-ready. His lifelong mission is to free Israel from the shadow of an Iranian bomb. And the Israelis, not just the prime minister, get behind this idea of the Begin doctrine. You know that in the summer of 1981, then Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin went after the Assyrian reactor in Iraq and destroyed it. The Americans destroyed the reactor again, by the way, during their campaigns in Iraq. This is during the Reagan administration, and Reagan was not very happy with the Israeli decision. He later came to regret it, though, and agreed with Begin that getting rid of the reactor was a wise move. In this case, I think the first Democratic and Republican president ever did not communicate in a unmistakable way to the Prime Minister of Israel. And they talked on Thursday. We're not sure what the conversation was before these strikes last night and this morning. They, let's put it this way, Donald Trump did not say no. Had he wanted to say no, he could have brought to bear an enormous amount of leverage and pressure to dissuade the Israelis from not striking. So I don't think that conversation was necessary. He may have had doubts, but I think in the end, he simply enabled, exceeded, and acquiesced in the prime minister's decision. And remember, the negotiations were supposed to resume on Sunday in Oman, and yet the administration kept saying right up to the end, 5 hours before the strikes, the president tweeted on Truth Social that he hoped there would be a diplomatic ending to this. So the administration cooperated with this ruse. And right now we are where we are. We're waiting for the Iranian response. It could be weeks before it occurs. They're clearly knocked off balance. Much of their general staff has been eliminated. Former head of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard eliminated. Chief of staff of the Iranian military eliminated. And the Israelis are still ongoing now, striking ballistic missile sites, UAV sites, drone sites, in an effort to repress and suppress whatever remains of Iran's air defense. There will be an Iranian response. It may be asymmetrical, using terror against Israeli or Jewish targets. There's a history there. It could be a while. And then you raise the question, or I'd raise it, what are the Iranians going to respond to? Will they confine their strikes to to Israel proper? Or are they going to go after American assets in the Gulf or in Iraq or in Syria or oil infrastructure in Saudi Arabia? I would bet, given how weak and vulnerable the Iranians are, they'd probably, at least at this stage, confine their response to Israel.
Secretary Rubio said this was a unilateral action. Then we got a tweet or something on social media from the president that said, among other things, the next attack being planned will be, quote, even more brutal. It begs the question for me, what is U.S. foreign policy with respect to this?
Well, I think the president had made a judgment. He obviously argued the Iranian negotiations were not producing. He gave them 2 months to reach an agreement, which is an unrealistic deadline, to be sure. That deadline was reached June 11. That Thursday overnight, Friday morning, they attacked. So no, I think the administration rode the tiger of what the Israelis now have in this region, which is an escalation dominance. They've essentially hollowed out Hamas as a military organization. They've basically decimated Hezbollah. Hezbollah issued a statement saying, remarkably, they would not initiate any activity in response to what the Israelis have done. So I think that right now, the NSC, president's chairing an NSC meeting. I'd say the priorities, you asked me what U.S. foreign policy will be. In this case, I think there are 3 or 4 issues. Number one, protect Americans. Make sure that the sites that are vulnerable are as hardened as they could be. Number 2, prepare for a significant defense, assistance of Israel, help the Israelis multi-layer their own defenses, as the Biden administration did, in response to the Iranian attacks last year in April and October. That's number 2. Number 3, coordinate regional defense. Unnamed Gulf countries in April and October helped both intelligence-wise and participation in air and missile defense shield, remarkably supporting Israel in the face of that Iranian attack. Jordan shot down drones in last April and October, and the U.S. deployed F-15 specially equipped with interceptors to protect and help the Jordanians airspace. The final piece of what policy would be, are they looking for a way to de-escalate? Will they try and push, I doubt for something in the Security Council, but some sort of initiative that would try to get the Iranians back to the negotiating table? That's going to be a very heavy lift, though, guys. I mean, the Iranians invested $5 trillion over time in this nuclear program. They are humiliated. They are embarrassed to the extreme. So I think we're talking about the beginning of a very long and very difficult Israeli-Iranian confrontation.
Aaron, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Aaron David Miller, he's a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in Washington, D.C., joining us via Zoom. I'm looking at these markets here. They continue to creep back just a little bit. S&P 500 is now down 24 points. That's 0.4%. We were down more than 1%.
So the S&P 500 is at 6,021, and the VIX is at 1895. So VIX is going down, and the equity market is going up. Oil is trading at 72.11. I put it in a new. I put in a short position this morning, closed it out, waited a little bit, and I put it in a new short position. So I'm just going to keep on shorting this damn thing until the cows come home. And then the BITO is trading at 2118. Bitcoin's having problems. Bitcoin is having problems staying above, staying at that 110 or above mark. And here is another proof positive that Bitcoin is not a safe haven for value. Now, it moves a lot. So the best way to do it is to long it and short it. And you long it by using BITO and you short it by using BITI. Japanese yen is trading at 144. I want to see it at 145. There's a little bit of stress in the international markets, but that's because of Israel's strike on Iran. And the Euro USD is trading at 115. So basically, the dollar has weakened a little bit. Treasury prices are down. The 10-year price is down, so the 10-year yield is up. And that makes sense with equities having problems earlier in the session. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this stack here. And this is going to help with your cardiovascular health and for your immune system. Lignans. It's a powder. You mix it with soft foods or filtered water. This will help bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals, and it will help with your immune system and your endocrine system. It's part of the third pillar that will help with the immune system and your vascular system. Now, when you stack it with ashwagandha root is a supplement that will bring down cortisol levels and help to control blood glucose levels. That will bring down inflammation, super important for vascular health and for your immune system. And the turmeric soaks up free radicals, brings down inflammation. So when you stack the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans together, this is a powerful stack to help with your immune system and vascular system. And you're soaking up free radicals, slowing down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. And when you use these products on a regular basis, what you're going to do is see in the mirror over time, you're actually aging slower. When you look at your biometrics, like your blood work and scans, ultrasound scans and EKGs and calcium screenings and all these different ways to get telemetry on your body, you'll notice over time that your numbers are improving. But you got to be patient and you got to be persistent. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Stack these supplements the way I tell you to, and you're going to be slowing down your aging process. You're going to be helping your immune system, and you're going to be helping your endocrine system. Super important. Now, let's continue on with Bloomberg here.
in it yet here.
And the
What does that
inflation
mean?
expectations for you, Mish, at the top of the hour.
Exactly right. Those inflation expectations came down. So I don't know what the bond market makes of all this. So we just dialed up Ira Jersey, got him away from a soccer match somewhere. He's chief U.S. interest rate strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. Ira, what do you make of some of the, I don't know, the UMISH data today, kind of the inflation data we had this week? What's the reaction in the Treasury bond market?
Yeah, so the Treasury market today is reacting, I think, mostly to that University of Michigan data where you had expectations for the economy. I'm not going to say that the consumer thinks it's going to be good, but more that it's less bad, right? Less pessimistic than what it was. But then those inflation expectations coming down pretty significantly, particularly for the next year. They were unchanged for the long term, but for the short term, they came down quite a lot. And I think that the market, the bond market initially had some relief to that, but the fact that I think the expectations went up so much really kind of hit the market and saying, oh, well, maybe the economy's not so crazy bad that the Fed's going to cut and we're going to have a big rally in bonds. So we're seeing a little bit of a sell-off. People may be taking off risk going into the weekend, quite frankly, because we don't know what a lot of the headlines are going to come over the weekend when the market is going to be not necessarily closed. The Treasury market doesn't actually close, but it could be very thin trading. So why have risk on going into potential of a lot of headlines over the weekend?
When does the bond market figure out where it wants to go?
Never does.
Yeah, well, it'll start probably next Wednesday when we get the Federal Reserve meeting. We also get retail sales next week. That's kind of an underappreciated measure. We don't talk about it quite enough in the news and the media, but for the bond market, it's actually the third most important report that we get every single month. When you look at just what the market moves tend to be right around that number. It's non-farm payroll, CPI, and then it's retail sales, and everything else is an also ran. So I do think that the Fed meeting next week is going to be really important for the Treasury market, not necessarily so much for the long end, but for the short end of the curve, because we get the dots, we get the summary of economic projections, and we'll see what Jay Powell says is their reaction function. Because like Paul noted, we haven't seen a lot of the flow through from the tariffs yet in the hard data. There's some pieces of that, keep in mind. And again, something else that Anna Wong did a really good job pointing out. She's the Bloomberg Economics chief U.S. economist and she and I work pretty closely together. And one of the things that she pointed out, which I think is really important, we have seen some tariff pass through in some sectors, but services and some other sectors that are more domestic are seeing prices decline, or at least not rise as quickly. And that's moderated a lot of the data that we got this week, both in CPI and PPI.
So Ira, Alex from Brooklyn writes in and she asks, how did the auctions go this week? Did you learn anything?
They were, well, if anyone who was worried about foreign demand can stop worrying, because they went pretty well. I was about to say swimmingly, but we're supposed to get some rain tomorrow before the soccer game that you kind of teased there a little bit, Paul. So I don't want to talk about water right now. But yeah, they went really well. In fact, the 30-year auction, which, back in April caused a lot of angst for people thinking that, Taiwanese pension funds and people in Hong Kong and stuff are going to be selling a lot of 30-year bonds. Well, our grading system graded it an A, which is obviously the second best grade that it could have gotten. It had very strong demand from investors, and it also priced very well compared to what the market was expecting when the auction closed at 1 o'clock yesterday. So no lack of demand right now, even for 30-year bonds, long duration, and those fiscal concerns seem to be on the back burner for now, versus people maybe needing to buy bonds to meet some of their investment mandates.
Okay, so for now, kind of bottom line this for us with respect to Jay Powell. He's right to say we just got to wait because things haven't shown up in the data just yet with respect to tariffs.
Yeah, I think that's very likely that Jay Powell once again is going to say, we're going to be on hold, we're going to be neutral. That's what he said in May. And when you look at the Beige Book report that we got a couple of weeks ago, that is very important to the Federal Reserve's kind of state of mind in general. That showed that the tone of that was generally neutral. So we have a model that parses the tone being hawkish or dovish in the minutes, the beige book, as well as the Chair Powell's opening remarks at the press conference that he'll do next Wednesday. And it showed, the beige book showed it was just neutral. It was as neutral could be. So I don't see any reason for Jay Powell and the rest of the Fed to switch that yet. Right now, we see, the June and July inflation reports come out where inflation is very high. Well, that could change the tone of the September meeting pretty aggressively. But until then, it could be a very quiet summer. It'd be nice to have a quiet summer for once.
Exactly right. All right, Ira, thank you so much for joining us.
Quiet and rainy.
Yeah, quiet and rainy summer. That's exactly right. Good luck on the soccer match tomorrow, Ira. Ira Jersey, Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist.
The big thing that's happening tomorrow is the Le Mans race, which is what I'm watching. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the cleanse, the Max 35 or the Max 14. And these are supplements that you take to help to boost up your immune system. Max 35 or Max 14 or cleanse, you take a teaspoon a day, every day, swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and then swallow it. And what that's going to do is improve your oral cavity, improve the oral pharynx, help with the epithelial lining, help with the mucosal barrier, and that's going to boost up that immune system. Take it every day. I've been taking this protocol for over 5 years, every day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day. It's part of a 4-pillar protocol, which is what I call the core. The first pillar is the Max 35, Max 14 or cleanse to boost up the immune system. The second pillar is C60 to soak up free radicals and reduce stress in the cell. The third pillar is the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans to boost up the immune system and help with your cardiovascular system. And the fourth pillar is Boomer Boost, and that will boost up your energy levels and rev up your metabolism. You take those together, especially with the foundation, like the probiotics and the multivitamin, supercharged protocol to slow down the aging process. You can add to it, all right? Or you can take a little bit out and add other stuff, and you can customize it based on what you can afford and what you do. But everything I'm talking about, I take. All right. So some people can't afford the whole kit and caboodle. So I'm trying to tell you how to tweak it based on your affordability. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get that health protocol. Follow my advice. It slows down the aging process. And by the way, I'm older than Alex Jones.
And will protect federal property and personnel as a court battle plays out. A federal judge issued a temporary restraining order on Thursday telling President Donald Trump to return control of the federalized National Guard back to California. Then the Trump administration filed an appeal to a higher court, a final decision expected next week. Meanwhile, in downtown Los Angeles, since LA Mayor Karen Bass issued a dusk to dawn curfew, the streets have been peaceful. Craig Figner for CBS News, Los Angeles. The Salvadoran who was in this country legally and mistakenly deported had a day in court in Tennessee today on human smuggling charges. CBS's Jake Rosen.
Camara Brigg Garcia pleading not guilty to those charges, and his attorneys have asked this judge to give him the due process that he's been denied since March 15th when he was removed from the United States, to allow him to go back home.
And CBS's Jim Krasula tells us
the Trump administration has provided the personal information, including immigration status, for millions of Medicaid enrollees to deportation officials. That's according to emails obtained by the Associated Press. California, Illinois, Washington State, and Washington, D.C. allow immigrants who are in the U.S. illegally to enroll in relatively new Medicaid programs that pay for their expenses using only state taxpayer dollars.
The Dow is down 400 points. This is CBS News. It could rain on the big military parade in D.C. Protests are planned, too.
The White House says stormy weather won't get in the way of the pricey parade in the nation's capital, celebrating the Army's 250th anniversary. Rows of tanks that arrived in D.C. this week are expected to be among 150 military vehicles on display. 6,500 soldiers plan to march, all with an estimated price tag of $45 million. The president's called it peanuts compared to the value of doing it. The forecast for Washington tomorrow calls for a 90% chance of rain and a high of 81 degrees. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Government scientists say the northern lights should be visible tomorrow night in much of the upper half of the U.S. from Idaho to New York. Depends on the weather. The geomagnetic storm that triggers them is expected to be on the low end of the intensity scale. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Just to give a little bit of an update on the oil price for WTI, oil is now trading at $71.74 a barrel. If you listen to me, and when the market opened up at 9:30, oil was approximately, at 9:30, it was approximately 72.89. It's now trading at 71.69. And like I said, short it. So if you listened to me and you did that, you would have made money. All right. Let's go to Bloomberg. I'm sure Alex Jones said, oh my God, it's the end of the world. Oil is going to go to 100.
In the oil space, and we start right now with the markets. Charlie Pellet is at World Headquarters in New York. Charlie?
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Indeed, fast-moving markets. Keep it locked into Bloomberg for the very latest balance of power. We got you covered out of D.C. right now. Joe mentioned oil. West Texas Intermediate crude surging 5.4%. Brent, the global benchmark, also up by 5.4%. Equity markets lower right to the numbers, with the S&P down 26, holding above 6,000, well off session lows, 6,019 where we stand right now, down by about 0.4%. We've got the Dow down 418 now, down 1%. NASDAQ down 98 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop there of 0.5%. The 10-year 4.42%, with the 2-year that's currently yielding 3.96%. Spot gold up $39 the ounce, up 1.2%, 34.25. And again, West Texas Intermediate crude up 5.4% right now, 71.75 a barrel. Ellen Wald is senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, and on surveillance this morning, she explained what the concern is with oil.
A lot of the reason that oil prices jump is this fear that Iran could disrupt shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, because all of the ships have to go through Iranian waters to get out and also into the Persian Gulf.
Ellen Wald of the Atlantic Council. Again, we do have crude oil advancing, surging now by 5.5%. Oil stocks also moving higher. ExxonMobil, case in point, up 1.4%. BP, ADR is up 1.7%. Chevron, just about unchanged.
When they say it's moving up, they're talking about when the actual future market starts up relative to for yesterday. And yeah, it is up relative to yesterday. But the thing is that when the market opened for the cash market, it's been going down. It's been going down. That's the reason why I'm shorting it. And I'm going to short it until the cows come home. I'm telling you, that's how you're going to make money in this.
About confirming what you heard here on this program at this time yesterday. As you may recall, our conversations with Natasha Hall at CSIS, with Michael Allen at Beacon Global Strategies. They told you this was coming. We just didn't know when. Of course, it would only be hours later we saw the headlines that, in fact, Israel chose to begin striking Iran, and they're not done. What we can tell you right now is we had a series of targets with more than 200 aircraft. Imagine the skies over Iran last evening. More than 200 Israeli warplanes dropping ordnance specifically on nuclear sites, targeting the nuclear infrastructure, but not until they targeted personnel. Indeed, they went for people first, part of the signature that we have seen in Israeli operations against Iran and other proxies over the past year or so. These attacks killed the chief of staff, the Iranian armed forces, the commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. And there are questions about how much further Israel will go. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu released a long statement in English on what they are now calling Operation Rising Lion. Listen.
Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes.
The lion, I had to reference this because I read this a while ago. The lion represents something Kabbalistically in the book of Genesis in the Zohar. The Zohar talks about different parshas for the different books of the Bible, the Old Testament. So in the Zohar, for Genesis, around, I want to say about maybe less than midway into the book. I'm not sure which parsha it was. It was probably like 30% into Genesis. It talks about the lion, if I remember right. I don't remember the significance of it because there's the eagle. I'd have to reference it. There's 4 animals, and the lion has a very Kabbalistic aspect to it. So I'm not sure. He's referencing the Kabbalistic aspect, but I don't remember what it means.
They should have done it. Today is day 61. I told them what to do, but they just couldn't get there. Now they have perhaps a second chance. We'll see about that as we bring in Tyler Kendall from the North Lawn of the White House. Tyler, there is in fact, a session planned for Sunday. Steve Witkoff was supposed to be in Oman for nuclear talks. We're running headlines right now on this. What do we know?
Yeah, hey, Joe. Well, a U.S. official does tell Bloomberg News that the U.S. does.
Okay, so when I use Grok, X's AI, in the Zohar, the foundational text of Kabbalistic literature, the lion is a potent spiritual symbol, often associated with divine attributes, judgment, and redemption. Its imagery draws from the biblical references particular to the Lion of Judah. The Zohar connects the lion to the Sephirah, the Gevurah, strength or judgment. That's okay. So that's what he's referencing. I'm telling you, Israel's not fucking around.
U.S. equipment towards Israel soon. But importantly, he did reiterate the United States position that it is a top priority for Iran to make a nuclear deal, with President Trump threatening that it has to happen before it is too late. You mentioned there how he had outlined this deadline and that he said
this is even cooler. In the Daily Zohar, number 3,655, the lion's roar is described as shaking the heavens and causing the river of Din-Nur, a fury river in Gehenna, to intensify, symbolizing divine awe and judgment. In Amos 3, chapter 3, verse 8, a lion has roared, who will not fear? Underscores this fearsome authority, with the lion representing God's voice or the righteous figure of Judah. Genesis chapter 49, verse 8.
Anything they know, anticipated, or were told. That the United States makes the best and most lethal military equipment anywhere in the world by far, and that Israel has a lot of it, with much more to come. And they know how to use it. Nora Melinda covers the defense sector at Bloomberg and joins us now from World Headquarters in New York. Nora, you know what he's talking about here. The equipment that is being used by Israel, mostly made by the U.S. There are questions about whether they have the Moab, the mother of all bombs, and to what extent the U.S. might help with a response from Iran. They don't have bombers. They don't have air-to-air refuelers. What is it that the U.S. will likely provide?
Yes, and that's what we're really seeing. We're seeing a surge in U.S. defense contractors today. As the market is in the red, we are seeing these stocks in the green. among some of the best performing stocks by a percentage basis in the S&P 500 right now. They're in the top 10 names. And this is Lockheed Martin. We're looking at Northrop Grumman and a lot of these other names, of course, on the idea that they could be potential beneficiaries of the rising tensions that we're seeing being escalated right now. So we're really seeing a broad-based rally right now as we think about how the U.S. defense firms can really step in during this moment.
Yep, Lockheed up 3%, Northrop and Raytheon the same, L3 up 2.5%. This would imply, Nora, that there's going to be a massive order for replenishments coming, beginning, I'm assuming, with interceptor missiles. What are these defense contractors in for?
Most definitely. I think that that is something that a lot of people are really speculating about right now. Of course, this is not the same exact.
Breaking news, Israel launches fresh wave of attacks on Iran after hitting nuclear military sites overnight. This just came out by the BBC 8 minutes ago.
Situation that's ongoing. So we are seeing a lot of these stocks really getting a boost here this afternoon as we're looking here on Wall Street more broadly.
Yep, that's for sure. You know, when you start talking about some of the weapon systems that are used, it reminds us.
Iran state TV has confirmed military chief Mohammed Bagheri has been killed in Israeli strike. All right. I'm not sure what the casualty count is. Let me see if I can get some updates on this new wave of attacks. I'm surprised that Al Jazeera isn't playing it. Head of Iran's military command center, Major General Gholam Ali Rashid. Netanyahu, the U.S. knew ahead of time about Israel's attack on Iran, according to Al Jazeera. Okay, let's.
There's no grand conspiracy. It leads to one person, the defense.
Okay, let's go back to Bloomberg while I look for this.
Jeopardized his nuclear diplomacy, the president telling Axios, I don't think so. Maybe the opposite. Maybe now they will negotiate seriously. If you're an investor in these stocks, though, Nora, you're not waiting around to find out, apparently.
You're seeing betting on these U.S. defense contractors. And of course, when we think more globally, people have also been looking at those European defense contractors and what they could be potentially capitalizing on. But here in the U.S., we're seeing shares of aerospace and defense firms up about 22% so far this year. So we're seeing Wall Street really backing it.
Nora, Melinda, many thanks. Reporting from Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. One of the other amazing components here, we'll talk about it more as we make our way through the program. Great reporting by the Washington Post about Israel's top spy agency, the Mossad, played a very important role here. As Israel launched its air attack, Mossad activated planted drones that had been smuggled into the country, a la Ukraine, the same type of mission we saw Ukraine conduct in Russia, striking missile launchers at a base near Tehran. This according to two people with knowledge of the operation that we're still learning a lot more about. Stay with us here on the Fast Issue.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and detoxify your body with zeolite. Zeolite is going to bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals, including forever chemicals, and it'll allow you to urinate those out within 6 to 8 hours. Take this every day. Take 2 to 3 drops, small drops underneath your tongue. Drink it with filtered water. And do that every day. In addition, you should clean your environment. Make sure that you drink filtered water. I use zero water filtration system. It's a 5-level filtration system. As long as you get a good filtration system and filter your water, that's super important, all right, for your body. Stay away from processed foods. If you can eat organic, try to do that. In addition, clean the house and keep away or put away in triple wrap and double layer and triple layer the cleaning supplies that you have. If you can, try to use more organic type of cleaning supplies that are more healthy for your environment. But, you know, paints and cleaning supplies, those get into the air within your house, and you're breathing them in. Maybe small concentrations, but you're breathing it in every day, and it affects your immune system and your endocrine system. They become endocrine disruptors. So you want to reduce your exposure as much as possible. In addition, take the zeolite, and you're filtering out these toxins on a regular basis. Now, some people prefer, instead of taking it every day, to take a more intense cleansing of the body and do that once or twice a year. Now, for those people, you take the zeolite, take about 5 drops. You can do more. You can go up to about 10 small drops. But the thing is drink it with filtered water. Do that every day. And then what you do is then you do that for the whole bottle, and then do that once or twice a year. But my recommendation is that you do 2 or 3 drops every day throughout the whole year. I think that's better. But again, drink filtered water. Make sure you stop eating processed foods. Try to eat organic and clean your environment and double layer, triple layer those cleaning supplies that you need in your home, so you're not disrupting your endocrine system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. Very high quality. All right. Everything on my store is high quality. Maybe a little bit more expensive, but it's very high quality. So please go to my store and get the collagen. Collagen will help with your skin, your hair, your nails, your joints, your cartilage, your musculature, and your bones. It's dual purpose. The typical amino acid profile is shown on the screen here. You can also see the label on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's a powder. This is a month's supply. Take it every day. You get a big scooper. Mix the powder in soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or milk, and take it every day. And you'll notice a difference in your skin and in the health of your joints. Do some resistance training to get added benefit for your joints, your musculature, and for your bone density. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Discount 5. Get $5 off any order. Detoxify your body and improve your joint health. Get the collagen and get the zeolite.
Down by 20 points now, a decline there of 0.3%. We've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 390 on the Dow, a decline of 0.9%. Nasdaq down 78, drop there of 0.4%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index just about flat on the day, down less than 0.1%. The 10-year 4.42%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.96%. Spot gold is up $36 the ounce, higher by 1.1%. And oil traders do remain on edge. Again, West Texas Intermediate crude up 5.5%. Brent, the global benchmark, up 5.5%. Brent, by the way, 73.16 a barrel. WTI 71.79 right now. Defense contractors and arms manufacturers moving higher as conflict escalations spark elevated military spending. Shares of Northrop Grumman up 3.6%. Lockheed Martin up by 3.5%. And RTX Corp, it is advancing by 3.3%. Again, recapping, the S&P lower by 0.3%. We are up session lows. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet. Thanks, Charlie. We'll be back shortly with more on the Friday trade here, impacted once again by what's happening in the world of politics, and specifically today, geopolitics, with headlines crossing the terminal now. The International Energy Agency commenting on an email here, the IAEA activating its Incident and Emergency Center on Iran attacks. We had heard earlier that they had not measured radiation at dangerous levels around the uranium enrichment sites bombed by Israel. The IAEA commenting that it is in continuous contact with Iran on potential hazards. There's a big question here about response, about retaliation. We know for a fact that about 100 drones were sent back from Iran toward Israel. Most of them were knocked down. We don't have much of any recorded damage, and very few people believe that will be it. We actually had a conversation earlier today. My colleague Anne-Marie Hordern on Bloomberg Surveillance on Bloomberg TV, speaking with Israel's UN Ambassador Danny Danon. Listen.
We took into consideration that there will be retaliation, Anne-Marie.
Will it be proportional?
Well, they know that we have capabilities as well. So they will have to think, twice before they attack us and what they are doing. And I would say that today we can reach every target in Iran. We have the control.
We have the voice now of Holly Dagres, Senior Fellow at the Washington Institute, for her take on this. Holly, it's great to have you back on Bloomberg. Thank you for joining us. What is next in retaliation from Iran?
Well, I think that the Iranians are currently trying to assess the damage. So it's, and a lot of us analysts as well, to understand what capabilities do they still.
It's not just assessing the damage. The Israelis killed their military apparatus. They don't have any people in control.
So we'd like to know, do they have the capabilities still to actually respond to Israel? Do they have the defense capabilities? Probably not, given that they had allegedly over 200 Israeli jets flying over Iranian airspace. So I think it's first assessing the damage, and then they're going to have to decide how they're going to respond.
Israel just showed, and I would think that the United States was helping Israel, but Israel just showed Iran that if they want to, they can decapitate the regime. Now the question is do they have the balls to do it?
Considering the fact that Iran may be on its heels militarily, how could it inflict the most damage? We did hear threats of hundreds of ballistic missiles that could be shot at Israel, but of course the U.S. was moving personnel out of Iraq. We know that there could be some asymmetric retaliation here with regard to energy infrastructure. Where should we be looking?
You hit at some important points. Of course, I keep referring back to those original tit-for-tat strikes because those are our best data points. Yeah. Iran did fire at least 300 munitions at Israel in both instances. So that should tell us that they are definitely capable of that. And as you noted, the U.S. actually did come in for airspace backup, and so did Jordan, the UK, and other countries. Presumably, that's some of the conversations that are happening behind closed doors, because there is a retaliation expected. Israel has actually announced that and has told its people to shelter in place for that event. But it's also noteworthy that the Israelis have said this isn't a one-off, that this is an ongoing operation. So we're all waiting to see.
Wait a minute. Last night, they didn't say shelter in place. They said that you can move about in your community, but just be watchful. They didn't say shelter in place. Unless there's something new that came out. But that's not what they said yesterday.
Fordo will be on that list. There were a number of enrichment sites, nuclear infrastructure sites, but this is the area where you have the deep underground caverns and the control centers that would likely require the use of the Moab, the U.S.-made mother of all bombs, as it's called. Will that be on the list of targets?
Well, when you talk about bombs and capabilities, that's the issue. That's been why there's been a lot of conversation on Washington about why Israel shouldn't go on alone, because Israel doesn't have the capabilities to hit these very deep nuclear facilities, and that the United States arguably has the right bombs, and it hasn't, at least to our knowledge, handed over those bombs to Israel to do these kind of attacks. So in essence, this is looking more like a mow the lawn attack, where they're taking out things and slowing things down thus far. But and as we wait for more information, it's not entirely clear if these facilities are being taken out in their entirety.
Mm-hmm. I want to ask you about the diplomatic side of this before you leave us, Holly. The president is still talking about a deal being possible. In fact, he seems to think, based on comments to Axios earlier today, that these strikes make a deal more likely, knowing that there was a set of talks planned for Sunday. Here's how the president put it yesterday at the White House ahead of these attacks.
Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Other than that, I want them to be successful. I want to have an agreement with Iran. We're fairly close to an agreement. We are fairly close to a pretty good agreement. It's got to be better than pretty good, though, but it's got to be, I'd much prefer an agreement. As long as I think there is an agreement, I don't want them going in, because I think I would blow it. Might help it, actually, but it also could blow it.
Well, they've gone in. What are the chances now, Holly?
Well, historically, Iran doesn't respond to this kind of pressure well, given their ideology. And so presumably it's hard to believe that after everything that's just happened in these past 12 hours or more, that the Iranians would sit across from the Americans and say,
like I said, since October 7th of 2022, or was it 2023? I think it was 2023. October 7th, when that incident happened in Israel, and when I started covering, the crisis, I've been saying there's going to be the battle between Esau, Jacob, and that Esau, the soul root of Esau, is going to split into what I call the positive and into the negative. And the negative is going to die. And it manifests in this world harshly. It manifests in this plane, in this reality, through killing the Ayatollah. And this has been written down for thousands of years. This is nothing new. This is not a zeitgeist of contemporary history. This is not something that is an emergent property because of policies going back to World War I. This has been written down for a long time, the battle between Esau and Jacob. And Esau repents and aligns with Jacob, and the ones that don't die. And guess what? The Ayatollah in that regime is the manifestation of Esau. Negative. Now, it's much more complicated than the way I just said it. There's more to it. There's more nuance to it. But that's the broad brush stroke of this.
So if we did see Iran respond with an attack on energy infrastructure, an attack on pipelines or on ports, what would it mean? Would it fulfill this jump in prices or send it even higher?
Exactly. It might fulfill the current jump in prices. It might get to 80, but I published today, I think 80 is a new 100. Since the Russians' invasion of Ukraine in that bear market with prices going down from 130, the highest volume area has been around 80. To get above there, you have to have some major enduring cut in production. But even if they shut it off in the short term, it's going to incentivize more supply. And remember, the massive incremental supply is really coming from South America, OPEC too. It'll turn OPEC back on. And we have actually the declining demand from China. So the situation for this is bad. And if crude oil stays high, it tilts that world towards a global recession, which we're kind of leaning there already, as indicated by rising gold and falling crude oil.
Well, really interesting. It's not what I expected to hear from you, Mike, and that's why we like to talk, of course, because you're the expert here. But we all grew up thinking that this was the end. When you see the headline that Israel has attacked Tehran, head for the hills, start stockpiling oil and gas. This is a remarkable reaction then, isn't it?
Well, I like how you brought that up. As we grew up,
I got a question saying, do I believe in reincarnation? There is the concept that people get reincarnated. But if reincarnation in the purest sense is normally you get reincarnated into something else and not into a human being. Did people get reborn? Yeah, there's a rebirth that takes place too through the resurrection. But in reincarnation, there is part of a belief system within Judaism where people do get reincarnated, but that's because they didn't do enough mitzvahs and they have to become like a tree or a bird or a fish, and they have to do something that just enough to relive their life in a reincarnated form to be able to reach a higher plane in the celestial world. But not everybody gets reincarnated. It's a rare case.
Demand, but the price right now you mentioned is down about 10% from this time last year. It's a seasonal factor. Come next year, I think it's going to be closer to a 2 handle, particularly if we get a little bit of rollover in U.S. stocks.
Usually what happens is if someone dies, they don't they don't do what they were supposed to do. They have to be cleansed in Gehenna. And then and usually that takes up to 11 months. Now what that means, I'm not sure because time is relative, but it's stated that it takes no longer than 11 months. And then your soul is purified to be able to be in the higher celestial realms. And depending on what kind of life you had, depends on what level you are in the celestial realm. Most people don't get reincarnated. Now, it's a rare case where someone needs extra help to be able to get into that celestial realm, even after the purification of Gehenna. So reincarnation is not necessarily a good thing. Reincarnation is actually that it's as if you weren't good enough through the normal purification process within Gehenna. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the drops and the lozenges. The drops are smaller. You get 100 in each bag, and by taking the drops, you're reducing that irritation. Take them right away, so you're mitigating that issue. So you can get it in cherry flavor, honey and lemon, and also in blueberry. Get a few bags for your household and make sure you have some for work, because once you have that irritation, no matter what the season is, you want to mitigate it right away. Whatever the reason for that irritation, all right? It's really important to mitigate it right away so it doesn't fester. I also have lozenges, which are larger, in elderberry zinc. You get 21 in each bag. Take them right away. Have some at work, have some at home. Get a few bags for your household. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Another great supplement that I have is heirloom barley. Heirloom barley is a high density protein. It's a powder. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water, milk, even a smoothie. But you take it once a day. You can take a full scooper or half a scooper, and it will detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. So take heirloom barley every day. Super important. And by bringing down that inflammation, that's helping your immune system, that's helping your cardiovascular system, that's helping your joint health, and also your brain function, because overinflammation can lead to neural dysfunction. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the products that I offer so you can help support this wonderful channel that I have. Where else is someone actually literally telling you to short the oil market right in the middle of a crisis with Iran and Israel and make money in the same time?
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Just getting word that Delta is now suspending New York, Tel Aviv flights following the Iran bombing. Delta says those flights will be paused through August 31st. Delta shares down today by 1.8%. Global markets moving into defensive mode after Israeli airstrikes on Iranian nuclear targets sent oil sharply higher. West Texas Intermediate crude up 6.1% right now. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. S&P down 30, drop there of 0.5%. The Dow right now down 483, a decline of 1.1%, while NASDAQ is down 0.8, but the NASDAQ Composite Index down 0.5%. 10-year yield at 4.43%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.97%. Gold is now up $43 the ounce, up 1.3%. And again, West Texas Intermediate crude surging 6.1%, have been up as much as 14%. Brent, the global benchmark, up now by just about 6%. Business executives around the globe are monitoring developments in the Middle East. Jim Farley is the president and CEO of Ford Motor, and Bloomberg spoke with him at Le Mans.
Large spikes, big changes in oil prices and gas prices have huge impacts on our demand. We see truck and full-size SUV demand go down when there are big spikes. Happen in 08, happened many times. So no, I don't think car business likes big changes for the consumer. It's very stressful for them.
Ford shares down now by 0.7%. As I mentioned, airline stocks lower. Delta Airlines down 1.7%. UAL, United Airlines Holdings, parent of United, down 2.3%, and American Airlines Group down by 2.6%. Recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 0.5% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you. It's been an awfully busy day here in the Bloomberg Washington, D.C. Bureau. Has certainly been the case for Bloomberg News around the world as we follow the headlines here that continue to cross the terminal. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thank you for joining us here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121 on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live to find our live stream on YouTube, as well Bloomberg Originals, with our continuing coverage here that's going to continue rolling through the day, because we have a lot to learn about not only what happened last evening in Israel's strikes against Iran nuclear facilities, against its top military commanders, but of course the retaliation that we're expecting, and frankly the continued attacks by Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu making it clear they are not done. This could last days. Jets have been scrambled again. There was another round of strikes that apparently set off air defenses in Iran, and we are now seeing headlines from the IDF. This is important. Sirens in Jerusalem are now being heard after a projectile was fired from Yemen. Of course, remembering our truce, if I can use that word, with Houthi rebels in Yemen who were interfering with shipping in the Red Sea. All of this could be renewed at this moment. Reuters citing Israeli military on continuing attacks. Of course, as we get into the evening there, we could have a lot more to talk about. Israeli attacks focusing on missile launchers and drone sites. Now, Reuters says, Israel says its Air Force is continuing to attack Iran. This is happening as I speak to you here on Bloomberg Radio. I want to back up a little bit to 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Less than 2 hours ago, President Trump was scheduled to be in the Situation Room for a meeting of his National Security Council. We have not heard that that meeting has concluded. He may still be in there now. That is also likely why we're not seeing continued posts on Truth Social. He did post a short time before he went into the Situation Room. And there were a couple of things that were really interesting, knowing so far, at least on an official level, has said that the U.S. was not involved. Secretary of State Marco Rubio calling the Israeli strikes a unilateral action in his statement last evening, saying point blank, the United States was not involved. He said the Trump administration's top priority, as you can see on YouTube, is protecting American forces in the region. But of course, Donald Trump had many different things to say about this, talking about the use of U.S. military equipment. He says more lethal than anywhere else in the world by far, that Israel has a lot of it, with much more to come. He also said, I gave Iran a chance after chance to make a deal. I told them in the strongest words to just do it. But no matter how hard they tried, no matter how close they got, they just couldn't get it done. He also then referred to this as day 61 in a separate post before he entered the Situation Room. 2 months ago, the president writes, I gave Iran a 60-day ultimatum to make a deal. They should have done it. Today is day 61, implying that he was the force behind this. The president says, I told them what to do, but they just couldn't get there. Now they have perhaps a second chance. Let's assemble our panel. I'm really glad both Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us today. Bloomberg Politics contributors, Rick, of course, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie is a senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency in Congress. Let's get into all of this, guys. Good to see you here. It's our first chance to talk since this all happened last evening. Rick, I'm going to start with you on the messaging that's coming from the White House. Are we to believe the United States was involved or not?
Yes.
Yeah, it seems like we're doing everything we can to distance ourselves from the attack. Typically, we would lean in and say we've got their back. You would think there'd be a carrier group headed toward Israel. You would think that we would be sharing intelligence and the kinds of sort of standard things we do for our allies. But in this case, the administration seems to be going out of its way to say, hey, we didn't do any of that. And this is day one, obviously. There's a lot more to be done. Taking credit for the kind of weaponry that Israelis flying and launching is kind of overtaken by events in the sense that that's already engagement. So I'm a little surprised. I think we saw kind of a distance between what Donald Trump was trying to do with a peace treaty with Iran and what Israel was saber rattling over the course of the last month. Maybe it was a coordinated effort to get them to a deal, but clearly the deal wasn't happening fast enough. And Israel has made it very clear that they have intelligence that Iran was nearing a ability to build a bomb, and they weren't going to go for it. And that's been very consistent on their part for many years.
The statement from Iran makes no qualms here about U.S. involvement, Jeannie. Iran, of course, summoned the Swiss ambassador to Tehran, as we've been reporting, to deliver this warning to the United States. This was delivered via the Swiss ambassador to Tehran. It is unthinkable the Zionist regime's aggressive actions against Iran were carried out without cooperation, coordination, or at least a green light from the U.S., it says. And in this regard, the U.S. must be held accountable for its illegal behavior in this regard. You can't separate the two in the eyes of Tehran. What do you think of the attempt here to distance from the White House, but also Donald Trump personalizing this, Jeannie? He says, 2 months ago, I gave Iran a 60-day ultimatum. Today is day 61.
Yeah, you know, I was struck last night when Benjamin Netanyahu made his statement. There was a line in the middle of that statement where he clearly said, long live Israel, long live the United States. And so it's going to be very hard for the United States to separate itself from this action, particularly given the transition of the president's statements. I mean, another thing I was struck by, and I know you were watching this, Joe, President Trump was eerily quiet last night when this happened, letting Marco Rubio take center stage, which we all know is highly unusual for Donald Trump. And what did Marco Rubio say? He said, Israel informed the United States that they were going to do this. Who informed who, when, where, why? I'm not clear on, and you may know better. But the reality is that if the U.S. wanted to stop this, they likely could have. And we have seen an evolution because this morning, and Donald Trump, you read some of it, has been truthing all morning with these increasingly sort of loud statements about, you know, just do it, come to the table, sort of bullish in his remarks today. So, you know, all of that I think is very striking. But I think when you get down to it, what we're seeing is that Benjamin Netanyahu knew if Iran and the U.S. strike a nuclear deal, his window in which to attack is gone and over. And this is something he's been intent on doing since he held up that picture in 2012, 2013 at the UN. So he went out and he did it, and the United States didn't stop it. And for that, I think we are likely going to see some attempt at retaliation by Iran.
An important headline just crossed from the Associated Press. Rick, we've been waiting to see if this was in fact going to happen. If this type of follow-through would in fact happen under the orders of Benjamin Netanyahu. An Iranian news outlet close to the government now says 2 explosions have been heard near the Fordow underground nuclear enrichment plant. This is the big one, Rick. This is hundreds of feet underground, under rock. We have been told repeatedly that Israel could not access the centrifuges or the technology under there without the Moab, without American technology, bunker busting bombs. What does it tell you when you see a headline like this?
It's a continuation of the attacks. I think you have to believe the officials in Israel when they said they're going to continue to prosecute this attack until at which point in time they are assured that they have completely degraded the Iranian capability to make a bomb. And obviously, this location is the focal point of a lot of that activity. And look, there is an enormous amount of damage you can do, even if you don't actually penetrate.
And as these news are coming up, I'm not seeing a movement in oil. So it's interesting. We'll see.
Whether they will have repeated percussions on site so that they can do the same kind of damage with the weapons they have, precision strike weapons, that a 30,000-ton bunker buster, the Moab, would do. And so we'll see. It's pretty clear they feel unfettered in their ability to control the skies over Iran and attack. They spent time, the Israeli IDF Air Force, knocking out the last time they went into Iran, a lot of their air defense systems. It seems to be that those things are still not very effective against the attacks from the air that Israel is perpetrating.
Jeannie, it's going to be interesting to find out what Israel's neighbors, beginning with Jordan, think of this. You put more than 200 warplanes in the air. You have to cross through airspace beyond your own. What will this mean for Jordan? What will this mean for Saudi Arabia and their relationships with the United States?
You know, I think we're still in a wait and see mode on that. It shouldn't be lost on any of us that it was just yesterday, for the first time in, I think, 20 years, the International Atomic Energy Agency said Iran was not complying with its nuclear non-proliferation obligations. That was a big moment. And none of their neighbors are immune from that kind of statement. So how this impacts our relationship with these neighboring countries is important. You know, we still don't know. It's hard for me to believe that Witkoff would be meeting in Oman with Iran this weekend on Sunday, but that still seems to be maybe in the offing. It's hard again for me to believe that. So much of this is still up in the air. And, you know, the divide that we're talking about between Netanyahu and Trump, by the way, you see it repeated in the MAGA movement. You hear Tucker Carlson just the other day, don't bomb, you know, don't do it, Israel. And then you have other more traditional hawks in the Republican Party supporting it. And so there's very much division both at home as it pertains to this and the U.S.'s role in it, which again is still unclear, and what this is going to mean going forward for our alliances in the Middle East just after the president's trip, visiting so many of those neighbors you just mentioned.
It's a really great point you bring up here, Rick, and I'm wondering your thoughts on the split in MAGA. Charlie Kirk was on immediately after. I don't quote Charlie Kirk very often after the strikes. He said, how does the America First foreign policy doctrine and foreign policy agenda stay consistent with this right now? Does this White House have an answer?
I don't think they even address it. First of all, they will send people out within the movement and say it's not our task to degrade the Iranian capabilities to make a bomb. Israel's done that themselves without our cooperation, right? I have no doubt that part of this distancing from the event is a head fake to the political realities of the MAGA movement. But this isn't the first time MAGA has been scratching their head over exactly what Donald Trump's up to with his foreign policy. It is not consistent with the protectionist attitudes that he's campaigned on.
Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are here with us on an important day in geopolitics, and I really appreciate your insights, both of you Bloomberg Politics contributors here, as we wait for further headlines to roll in. The sun is setting in Tehran, and we could see a lot take place overnight. What does happen, of course, you'll hear about it first on Bloomberg. Coming up next, we'll welcome our global television audience to the conversation. Kaylee Lyons will be with us, and I want to let you know next hour we're going to be joined by Chuck Hagel, the former Secretary of Defense, with his take on what's happened and what might come next. Israel is not done, and we're still waiting for a more concerted retaliation from Iran. It's all ahead here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
All right, I want to go to... I wish we get a little bit more information about what's going on with this new strike. It's interesting that Al Jazeera is only focused on Gaza right now. Let's listen to CNBC.
Care, thank you. That's NBC's Keir Simmons.
Kaplan, who is former Dallas Fed president, and you know what we were going to talk about. Obviously, we're CPI, PPI, things like that, Rob. But at this point, we have obviously been sort of upended by what happened in the last 24 hours or so. Does it change anything for as far as the Fed's calculus goes?
No.
I think the market reaction, there's a market reaction obviously in oil. You see gold spiking. Say the equity market reactions are somewhat muted. The 10-year, interestingly, the treasury market reaction is somewhat muted. Normally you'd see greater flight to quality. So I think the markets are sort of in a wait and see mode, muted initial reaction. And I think the Fed will just watch this carefully day to day to see if it's going to be contained or there are going to be a further escalation. But they'll watch it like the rest of us. They'll watch it day to day.
What did you make at this point, back to what we were going to talk about, what did you make of the latest inflation numbers? They're positive, obviously, but is it the calm before the storm in your view?
Well, it tells you a couple things. One, it tells you if it weren't for the tariff situation, we're in a disinflating situation. We're in a disinflating world, and I think if it weren't for these prospective tariffs that will flow through and are flowing through, I think the Fed would be on their front foot to be looking to cut rates now. That's the first thing it tells me. And then the second thing is that they're going to watch how these tariffs, where they're set in the next several weeks, how they flow through the economy. But I think if I were at the Fed, it would encourage me that after we get over the horizon, maybe the tariff impact could be more muted than I fear, and that over the horizon, I think the world by and large has got an oversupply of goods that's driven heavily by China, and maybe we can get back to taking action sometime during the fall. But I would want to keep my options open, but that's what I would take from these numbers.
So at this point, Bob, if the tariffs, we've got delays, we've got respites, we've got things like that. If those are extended, or if it wouldn't accelerate from here, are you convinced that that tariffs become something that should stay on the Fed's radar, or would you be more concerned with some of the uncertainty surrounding it and what it does to growth concerns?
Well, we've already seen a lot of the negative growth impact, I think, in terms of just the pause in corporate behavior, corporate investing, and consumer behavior. So already seeing that. I think if I were at the Fed, I'd be thinking or reminding myself that ideally these will be a one-time cost shock. I'll also be reminded that in a world of overcapacity for goods, even with this, companies will have negotiating leverage over suppliers to push prices down. They may have to take some out of margin. They may have to put some in prices. So if I were at the Fed, I would say the height of uncertainty about the impact is in the next several months. And over the horizon, as I said, I think a lot of the other trends lead me to believe that we can maybe resume our march toward our 2% goal later this year into next year. And so the height of the uncertainty is we're probably in the middle of it right now.
You saw some of the Fed futures yesterday, kind of surprising, maybe not surprising, but can those change the first a month from now? If we got hotter numbers, do we go back down? Do you think what's your outlook?
Well, directionally, what I'd make is the Fed futures is the first meeting where there's a real meaningful probability of a cut is September. So what I take from it, which I think is about right, that no action in June, unlikely in July. The Fed, though, it will likely prepare itself and prepare in its comments that it might take action into the fall. But we still don't know what the tariff rates are. And we still have a budget bill and a tax bill that has not yet been passed. And we'll see over the summer what the details of that are. And so it just tells you that the summer is going to be spent processing this. Obviously, there'll be tension in certain parties wanting the Fed to take action sooner. And I think the Fed will be on its front foot, but it's got to understand what the facts are on tariffs and how they flow through. And I think it still needs a little bit more information in order to see that situation clarify.
Rob, if you were on the Fed, would you really be looking at the details of the big, beautiful bill? Would that have any influence on whether you cut rates or left rates the same?
The main things I'd be looking at are well, two things. Number one, we're going on the margin from more government-directed spending, American Rescue Act, Inflation Reduction Act, Infrastructure CHIPS Act, very directed, to less of that. And to the extent we're going to run deficits, it's more tax-related, more money in people's pockets, which I think will be less inflationary. So that's one thing I will take from it than maybe the previous approach. And then the second comment would be, I started the year thinking that deficits would likely be going down and the budget fiscal might be contractionary. And we're now getting to the point it may be neutral or expansionary. So it reduces my thought that we're going to have a recession. I think probabilities of recession are going down. We're in a relatively tight job market. Companies they're not hiring as much, but they're also not firing because the job market's so tight. So all that makes me believe that we're going to have some growth stability, sluggish but stable. And my main focus ought to be on seeing how these tariffs will flow through, and then getting myself ready to potentially take action.
Okay. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I offer. It's very important to protect your neurons, especially if you're 40 years of age or older, and you can do that by taking ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10. Ubiquinol acts as a antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help the health of the mitochondria, so you're going to have more energy for your cells and your tissues. Super important, especially your neurons. And ubiquinol helps to protect neurons. When you reduce the stress of a neuron, you're improving the health of the neuron, and protecting the myelin sheath. Now, NAD plus also helps to protect neurons. This NAD plus supplement will boost up your NAD plus levels. That will add energy to your cells. NAD plus also helps to repair DNA damage, mitochondrial DNA and cellular DNA, and NAD plus helps to protect neurons. If you stack ubiquinol and NAD plus together, it's a powerful stack for neural protection. It also stacks well with resveratrol and C60 and clarity factor. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements. Now, there looks like there's a Fox News Live. I want to just go and listen to that.
Threat, not just to Israel, to every free democracy country on this planet, but they're dealing with a real existential threat. Where in America we had fake existential threats, i.e., it was President Trump. And I think standing on the sideline, but it's different than the previous administration.
Totally.
Because it felt like no support from an outsider looking in. It felt like there was no support, or there was always a questioning.
I want pictures and data on what's going on, not op-eds. What's going on here? Unfortunately, I'm not seeing. Let's listen into I-24.
Luca Fallone's linen baseball cap is the epitome of understated refinement. Crafted in Italy from...
They're just panning.
Israeli casualties. The US President Donald Netanyahu has been on the phone.
All they're doing is panning with the camera. I'm not sure why. All right. Let's see, GB News.
Of course, are very concerned about what may be a protracted campaign. They have been warned by the political leaders and military leaders this evening that the efforts to try to degrade and dismantle Iran's nuclear program may take some time. We're also getting reports of a fresh wave of attacks from Israel on Iran late this afternoon into this evening, with one report suggesting that one of the residences of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, has been struck. So we're trying to bottom out those reports, but we know, of course, of the devastating attacks that Israel launched overnight and again this morning, targeting multiple commanders in the Revolutionary Guard and other military figures, taking out actually the commander of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. Also, according to Iran, killing 6 nuclear scientists, and also, according to Israel, and this has been confirmed by the International Atomic Energy Agency, that a number of nuclear sites within Iran have been targeted. Michelle, this is the showdown that many people have been dreading for years. Israel had warned Iran that it would not tolerate any progress that Iran made towards obtaining a nuclear weapon. The discussions between the US and Iran in recent weeks with a view to coming to a peaceful resolution on this, something that all sides could be happy with. But the US have said that Iran has just not been an honest broker here. There are talks that are still scheduled for Sunday. Donald Trump has said this evening that it's not too late for Iran to pull back from the brink, but he said there are more and very significant attacks that are going to be launched by Israel in the hours and days ahead.
So what does this mean for us here? What's been the UK response? What should the UK response be, if any?
Well, interestingly, there has been a phone call just recently between Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, in which Prime Minister Starmer reiterated
Ninja One is a scalable solution. It's built on a modern SaaS architecture and it's future-proof. We couldn't do it without a remote monitoring and management tool like Ninja One.
Ninja One brought a peace of mind that I know that this tool is going to work for our cloud servers and end user devices.
We're not just looking at 100,000 devices today, it's several 100,000 devices or more in the years to come. And we're 100% all in with Ninja One.
Jews were killed by Nazis, and this event changed the world. We have to remember, we have to follow our tradition. We have to teach our children, everybody, they should know about our history and don't let this happen again.
launches more capable munitions at Israel. And by that, I mean missiles, and in particular, ballistic missiles. However, having said that, we understand through intelligence sources that the Iranian military apparatus is in a state of utter disarray this evening after effectively this decapitation move by the Israelis to go after the senior military leadership. We've seen it before with Hezbollah, the terrorist proxy of Iran in southern Lebanon, and now we're witnessing that same sort of strategy playing out in Iran, because as well as the nuclear sites, as well as these senior commanders and nuclear scientists, they have been taking out the remainder of Iran's air defense systems and Iran's capability, they hope, to launch missiles and ballistic missiles in particular towards Tel Aviv. But having said that, finally, Israel is, Iran, I should say, has a great deal of capability, many, many missiles at its disposal. So it's unclear exactly what the long-term degradation of those missile systems will be, and whether Iran in the coming hours and days will have the capacity to fire back at Israel in a very meaningful way.
Goodness gracious me, what an absolute mess, Mark White. Thank you for bringing us up to speed on that. David Lammy, I've got to say, he put a tweet out earlier on today begging basically all sides to show restraint. I hate to break it to you, Mr. Lammy, but they don't seem to be paying a blind bit of attention to that, I can tell you. Of course, I mean, turmoil in the Middle East, this has not really been anything new, has it? It's gone on for goodness knows how long now. One thing you can be absolutely sure of, though, ladies and gents, is what all of this means. The longer all of this conflict goes on and gets more and more, extreme and dangerous and all the rest of it, of course, this is when you then see even more people, understandably, by the way, people are pouring bombs down on where you live. But of course, you're going to see more and more people displaced. What a mess. Matt, your thoughts?
I think this isn't necessarily about the nuclear deal. I think what Israel may have done is spotted a potential regime change. This has obviously been years in the making, and they're not just targeting Iranian facilities. They've, as we've heard, they've reportedly assassinated many top figures within the Iranian regime. I think if that is the case, I wouldn't be surprised, therefore, if America and then ourselves row in behind, which is also a cause for concern, because if that is the case, is there a serious day after sort of plan for what Iran looks like? It never normally goes well in the Middle East. And I think Israel don't even have a sort of day after plan for Gaza, let alone things like Iran. Because at the moment, Iran is sort of unusually quite weakened through their proxies. Hezbollah are all over the show, Hamas are the same. And I think this is maybe what Israel are doing. They've spied an opportunity for regime change in Iran.
Well, there'll be many of you at home saying, do you know what, Michelle? I just want the UK to...
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take this stack here to help with your cardiovascular health and your bone density. Taking calcium and take vitamin K2 and vitamin D3. They'll help to absorb that calcium. and do resistance training. And by doing that, you're going to get more bone density over time. Very important to increase the efficacy of absorbing that calcium with D3. Make sure that you take magnesium, and you can get that from my store through the magnesium and zinc supplement, the vitamin C and magnesium, or the Boomer Boost. But take the D3 and the K2 and do the resistance training. Make sure you're taking calcium, and that's going to help you build bone. Now, in terms of cardiovascular, by taking D3 and K2, it's also going to help pull out some of that calcium deposits in the plaque that is formed and reduce further calcium plaque formation. Now, there's a protocol that helps to actually reduce plaque. All right, take a look at the cardiovascular health box that I have, the longevity cardiovascular box. I'll talk about that in a different video, but please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the D3 and the K2 supplement. Now, by taking that stack, it's dual purpose. You're helping your cardiovascular system and you're helping your bone density. Super important. Go to my store and get the Boomer Boost. This is the fourth pillar of the core protocol. This is going to boost up your energy levels and rev up your metabolism. You're going to lose weight safely. You take this once a day, either for breakfast or for lunch. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or with just milk. You're going to have energy throughout the whole day, no spiking of energy. You're going to be able to think clearly. It's going to get rid of brain fog. You're going to be able to sleep better. It's also going to help target your vascular system and your heart. It's also going to help with brain function, help build muscle. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You'll start noticing the effects of this, and you'll have more vitality, and you'll slow down the aging process, but you'll start to notice the effects of this within 72 hours. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost.
In Jordan, I think we're going to need to watch very, very closely, but I'm sure that the Jordanians are deeply, deeply concerned about the spillover of this conflict into their country.
Mona Yakubian, Director of the Middle East Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS. Thank you so much for the insights. With more breaking news on the terminal, the Kremlin saying that Vladimir Putin spoke with Israel and Iranian leaders. The Russian president had phone calls with both today, Kaylee. Remarkable development as we wait for input from Russia and China on this. The former Secretary of Defense, Chuck Hagel, is going to join us later this hour, right here on Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. You can get it in MCT coconut oil, in avocado oil, or extra virgin olive oil. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It is cheaper to purchase the higher ounce configuration because it's cheaper per ounce. All right. So it behooves you to get the higher ounce configuration. Now, C60 is a very powerful, very potent antioxidant that has to be in a lipid. That's why it's in an oil, so you can properly absorb it. You take it on an empty stomach for best absorption. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. Let me repeat that. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. All right. And what's going to happen is you're going to soak up those free radicals. There's going to be less stress in the cells and in your tissues. Your organ systems are going to perform better. Your glands are going to perform better. Your immune system will perform better. Your neurons will perform better. And you are soaking up free radicals in your blood, which means that you're reducing the chances of having oxidized LDL. Oxidized LDL leads to plaque. That's bad for your vascular system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. Now, C60 is going to soak up those free radicals. It's hundreds of times, if not 1,000 times more potent than vitamin C. One vitamin C molecule versus one C60 molecule. A vitamin C molecule can only neutralize one free radical. One molecule of C60 can neutralize hundreds, if not 1,000 free radicals. This is the reason why it's so potent. And in addition, C60 will soak up those free radicals, improve the health of the mitochondria. You're going to have more energy, and your cells are going to perform better. And when you do that, then what's going to happen is that your tissues are going to perform better. Your organ systems are going to perform better. All right? By soaking up free radicals at the neural level, within the neuron, you're reducing the stress of the neuron. If you're reducing stress in the neuron, the myelin sheath is going to be healthier. And your mitochondria is going to be healthier. You're going to have more ATP, and you need lots of ATP to run those neurons. And when the neurons are functioning correctly, you're going to have positive neuroplasticity. That means you're going to think faster. You're going to have better memory. And like I said, there's going to be many people that need to start protecting their neurons, especially when you hit age 40. And in the next 5 years to 10 years, you're going to notice a lot of people having issues, cognitive issues, or kinematic issues, gait issues. Well, you take C60, it'll soak up those free radicals and help the health of those cells and boost up the health of the mitochondria and the energy levels. Super important. Okay? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the C60. Take it every day. I've been taking C60 since 2016. Every day. All right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. In addition, C60 also helps the basal layer of your skin. That's where you generate new skin cells. All right? When you're improving the basal layer of your skin cells, what's happening is you're improving your skin. So it's not just the previous organ systems that I was talking about. You're actually improving your skin too. But the point here is that after a year of taking it, you are going to see a noticeable difference in your visually in your aging. It's going to slow down the aging process, especially if you couple it with the core protocol. The core protocol is max 35 or max 14 or cleanse that helps to boost up your immune system. That's the first pillar. The second pillar is the C60 that soaks up those free radicals, and it's very potent. The third pillar is the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans to boost up that immune system and help with vascular health. And the boomer boost to boost up those energy levels and to rev up the metabolism. If you noticed, I'm targeting issues that are common in the aging process. When you age, your mitochondrial health goes down. When you age, you build up more free radicals. When you age, you have less energy. Your immune system goes down. So if you target these things within the core protocol, you are slowing down that whole aging process. All right, so listen to me and have more vitality, or don't listen to me and be on pharmacopoeia. It's up to you. Honestly, I don't care. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off. Take my advice or don't take my advice. It's up to you. Thank you for listening and have a nice day. Oh, by the way, short oil.